A cursed valley, a phantom bell, and a secret so dark it could bury an entire village. Welcome to Dark Pulse, where every story drags you into shadows of crime, suspense, and chilling mysteries. Tell us in the comments where and when you're watching from. And don't forget to subscribe, like, and share so you never miss the next haunting thriller. The Haunting of the Forgotten. The mist rolled thick across Ashthorn Valley, swallowing the hills and forests in a pale, suffocating shroud. Villagers who had lived there all their lives whispered that the valley was cursed, that the shadows in the fog were more than tricks of the eye. And at the heart of it all stood the Ravencroft estate, a sprawling Gothic mansion that the locals had long since renamed the Forgotten Estate. Generations of Ravencrofts had lived and died there, each passing their legacy with whispers of dread. No one could ignore the legend that clung to the family like ivy to the estate's stone walls. The apparition of the Forgotten Lady, a weeping woman dressed in white, said to appear before every untimely death in the family. Those who heard her cries claimed they felt their very soul freeze. Those who saw her often did not live long enough to tell the tale. When Eleanor Ravencroft, the last guardian of the estate, was found dead in her garden path only weeks ago, the whispers returned stronger than ever. Her face had been locked in terror, eyes staring wide at something unseen. No wounds, no poison, no struggle, just a look of absolute horror. To the villagers it was proof. The Forgotten Lady had claimed another soul. But not everyone believed in curses. On a cold evening, the train from London screeched into the tiny station at Ashthorn. Among its passengers were two men who would challenge both superstition and shadow. Professor Adrian Cole, a man whose brilliance in unraveling the darkest of crimes was matched only by his disdain for superstition, stepped off the carriage with calm precision. Beside him, carrying a leather journal and an eager curiosity, was Dr. Samuel Ward, physician and chronicler of Cole's investigations. Ward scribbled quickly in his notebook as they left the platform. This valley does not welcome strangers. Fog presses against the windows as if to warn us back. But Eleanor's death demands answers, and no one is more suited to uncover the truth than Adrian Cole. I am here merely as witness, though I confess my heart already races with unease. Cole, striking a match and lighting his pipe, spoke in his measured voice. Curses are nothing more than clever disguises, Ward. When people speak of shadows and ghosts, they are often trying to hide a hand of flesh and blood. If Eleanor is dead, then there is a murderer, and murder always leaves a trail. The estate rose from the mist like a slumbering beast when they finally arrived. Towers stretched into the fog, their pointed spires lost in the gloom. Creepers clung to the walls as though trying to drag the structure back into the earth. At the wrought iron gates, two figures waited. Victor Grayson, the long-serving caretaker of the estate, and his wife Martha. Their faces were pale, their eyes hollow from sleepless nights. Victor bowed his head slightly. Professor Cole, thank God you've come. This place, it isn't safe. Mrs. Eleanor's death was no natural passing. I swear on my life the lady herself came for her. Ward noted the tremor in his voice, the way his hands twitched. Martha, standing close beside him, whispered hoarsely, "We heard her. That night. A woman crying in the garden, her voice breaking like glass. Eleanor went out to find the source, and she never returned." Cole's eyes narrowed. "Crying, you say? Interesting. Ghosts do not leave footprints, Mrs. Grayson, but men and women do. Take me to the place where Eleanor fell." The couple exchanged nervous glances but obeyed, leading them up the gravel path to the garden. The moon was a dim blur behind the fog, casting an otherworldly glow on the hedges and statues. Ward felt the hairs rise on his neck as he saw the spot. a patch of earth where the gravel had been disturbed now marked with fading chalk from the local constable. "She was found here," Victor said, voice breaking. "Face twisted in horror, no mark upon her, no blood, nothing." Cole crouched low, eyes scanning every inch. He plucked something from the soil, a strand of torn fabric barely visible in the dirt. He tucked it into his pocket with a thin smile. "Nothing, you say, but there is always something." Ward wrote furiously in his journal. "The atmosphere suffocates me. It feels as though eyes are upon us, though no one stands near. Even I, a man of science, feel the weight of the curse. Yet Cole looks at the ground as though it were a map only he can read." Back inside, the hall of the estate was lined with portraits of the Ravencroft lineage. Candlelight flickered across painted faces, eyes seeming to follow every step. Eleanor's portrait was the newest among them, draped in black cloth as a mark of mourning. The room smelled of wax and decay. Martha's voice trembled as she said, "It isn't just her death, sir. Since that night we've heard things. Footsteps in the corridor when no one is there. Whispers outside our chamber door. And twice now I've seen her, Eleanor herself, standing at the window." Ward's hand shook as he wrote. "The human mind plays cruel tricks in grief, yet the certainty in her tone unsettled me. Are these the echoes of sorrow, or is there truly something more lurking in these walls?" Cole, however, only smiled faintly. "When a house is this old, Mrs. Grayson, it creaks with memory. But let us not confuse creaks with curses. Tomorrow Dr. Ward and I will examine every inch of this estate. Until then, keep your courage close. Fear is the first weapon of any deceiver." Outside, the wind howled through the valley like the wail of a grieving woman. And somewhere, hidden in the folds of fog, a shadow watched the estate with patient eyes. The night pressed heavily upon Ashthorn Valley, and though the estate was grand, it felt more like a mausoleum than a home. Dr. Ward barely slept. In his chamber, the wooden beams groaned, and the draft through the shutters whispered like faint voices. He forced himself to remember Cole's words. "Fear is the first weapon of any deceiver." Yet even those words could not quiet the unease in his chest. Morning brought little comfort. The fog had not lifted. Instead, it clung tighter, as though the valley had been sealed off from the rest of the world. Over a meager breakfast, Victor Grayson explained that the new heir to the estate, Jonathan Ravencroft, was expected that afternoon. "Sir Henry's only son," Victor muttered, eyes low. "Raised abroad. Doesn't know the curse that follows his name. God help him." Cole tapped his fingers against his teacup. "Superstition again, Grayson? Perhaps Jonathan will bring fresh air into these halls. Or perhaps someone intends to ensure he never does." Ward could not help but notice Martha's face pale at those words. She gripped her cup tightly as if shielding herself from something unseen. When Jonathan arrived, he was nothing like Ward expected. A man in his late 20s, sharply dressed, with the confidence of one who had lived far from the superstitions of Ashthorn. Yet the moment he stepped into the estate, his confidence faltered. The portraits, the silence, the sheer weight of history seemed to press upon him. "Strange," Jonathan murmured, gazing at Eleanor's portrait. "I never knew her well, letters only, but I had hoped to meet her someday." Cole studied him keenly. "You may inherit her lands, Mr. Ravencroft, but perhaps also her enemies. Are you prepared for that?" Jonathan frowned. "Enemies? She was an old woman. What enemies could she have?" Cole's smile was thin. "Every estate has those who covet it, and sometimes envy dresses itself in white robes and wails in the night." Ward scribbled furiously. Jonathan Ravencroft, confident yet unsettled. Cole, as always, tests every man's nerves upon meeting them. I wonder if he senses more than he says. Later that evening, as Jonathan was shown his chambers, Martha intercepted Cole and Ward in the hallway. Her hands trembled as she held a folded note. "This came for him," she whispered, glancing toward Jonathan's door. "No messenger, no seal, slipped under the gate in the night." Cole unfolded the paper. The handwriting was jagged, hurried. "Leave Ashthorne before it's too late. The lady has claimed Eleanor, and you are next." Ward felt his blood run cold. Jonathan read it minutes later and forced a laugh, though it sounded brittle. Superstition, a cruel joke, nothing more. But that night, Ward swore he heard someone pacing outside Jonathan's chamber long after the household had gone to bed. When he looked, the corridor was empty. Only the portrait stared back. The following days brought more unease. On their morning walks through the estate grounds, Cole and Ward discovered footprints that led into the fog and vanished. They were large, oddly shaped, and pressed deep into the wet earth. Ward crouched to examine them. They looked like no ordinary boot print, almost clawed. Cole knelt beside him, touching the edges. Not clawed, altered, designed to look unnatural. Someone is staging fear, Ward, and doing it well. That evening, a villager arrived at the gates, pale and trembling. He claimed he had seen the forgotten lady herself wandering the valley, her gown glowing, her cries echoing through the mist. "Did you follow her?" Cole asked sharply. The man shook his head violently. "Follow her? To follow is to die. She looked at me, sir. I swear her eyes burned like fire through the fog." Ward described the account in his journal with doubt, yet even doubt could not erase the chill it planted in his bones. Cole's suspicions grew, but the Graysons seemed increasingly nervous. One night, Ward awoke to faint candlelight flickering from the servants' wing. He followed it quietly and caught Victor standing at a window, signaling with a lantern, short bursts of light into the darkness of the valley. "Victor!" Ward's voice startled him. The caretaker turned pale. "Doctor, you shouldn't be here." Cole appeared moments later, his expression unreadable. "Who were you signaling to, Grayson?" Victor stammered. "It's not what you think. I can't say." Cole's eyes narrowed dangerously. "You will say. Secrets in a house of death are poison." But Martha appeared, tears in her eyes. "Please, sir. He meant no harm. He's helping someone who has no one else. Please don't press him tonight." Ward recorded the scene. Every new discovery deepens the web. The Graysons may hide something, but whether guilt or mercy I cannot yet tell. By the fourth day, Jonathan confessed he no longer felt safe. Strange noises plagued his nights, scratches at his window, the sound of breathing in his chamber though no one was inside. Once he awoke to find a scrap of white cloth on his pillow. "It's driving me mad," Jonathan admitted, pacing before the fire. "Do you truly believe it's a person behind this, Professor? Or am I doomed to the same fate as Eleanor?" Cole leaned forward, his voice steady. "If it is a curse, then it is the cleverest curse I have ever known. For it wears the shoes of men, it leaves fabric in the soil, it slips notes under doors. Do not give in to fear, Jonathan. Fear is exactly what they want." The words carried weight, but outside the valley howled once more. And though Cole denied ghosts, even Ward could not shake the sensation that something unseen was closing in. The storm came on the fifth night. Wind battered the estate, shaking shutters and rattling old timbers as if the house itself groaned under unseen weight. Rain lashed the windows in jagged sheets, and the fog that never lifted from Ashthorne now rolled thicker. swirling into the grounds like a tide of ghosts. Dr. Ward sat awake in his chamber, his journal open but the ink blurring from the tremor of his hand. He could not sleep, not when every gust of wind seemed to carry a voice, not when every shadow at the corner of his eye seemed to twitch alive. It was near midnight when he heard it again. A cry, thin, mournful, almost human, carried across the storm. It rose and fell like the wailing of a grieving woman. Ward's heart clenched, and for a moment he froze. Then, gathering what courage he could, he snatched up his lantern and stepped into the corridor. The estate was silent except for the storm. He made his way down the stair past the portraits that seemed to sneer in flickering light. At the garden doors he paused, breath clouding in the cold. The sound came again, clearer now, drifting from beyond the hedges. The forgotten lady. That was the thought in his mind as he pushed open the doors and stepped into the rain. The garden path where Eleanor had fallen was nearly swallowed by mud, but Ward pressed forward. The lantern flame sputtered, struggling against the storm, and then he saw it. Through the fog, a figure. White, luminous, its shape indistinct but undeniably human. The figure stood by the old fountain, shoulders bent, head bowed. The sound of weeping pierced the night. Ward's legs nearly gave way. He had spent years beside Cole, scoffing at superstition, recording rational explanations, yet now, in this moment, the stories felt real. Every tale of curses, every whispered warning from the villagers, they rang true. "Who's there?" Ward shouted, voice breaking. The figure jerked upright. The lantern light caught the faint shimmer of fabric, too white, too clean, glowing against the storm. It turned its head, but before Ward could see its face, the figure slipped into the fog and vanished. Ward stumbled forward, mud splashing his trousers, but the garden was empty. Only the storm remained. He stood there, trembling, until he felt a hand grip his shoulder. "Ward," Cole's voice cut through the rain. Ward turned, breathless. "I saw her, Cole. The lady, I swear to you." Cole raised the lantern he carried, his sharp eyes piercing the darkness. "You saw someone, yes, but no phantom. Come back inside. You're soaked to the bone and panic will not serve us." "But her gown—" "Fabric can glow," Cole interrupted, his voice firm. "There are powders, chemicals, tricks. Do not let fear blind you. Whoever you saw wanted precisely this reaction." Ward followed reluctantly, though doubt gnawed at him. He had seen a ghost, or had he seen a deception so clever it mimicked one? The next morning, Cole examined Ward's account with his usual detachment. "You say she vanished into fog," Cole mused. "Fog is the perfect accomplice, and the white gown, I will wager it bore traces of phosphorus or lime. Chemicals glow under dampness. Mark me, Ward, this is no curse, it is craft. Someone is playing theater in the valley, and they have already mastered their role." Ward swallowed hard, still shaken. "But why? To terrify Jonathan?" Cole's lips thinned. "To terrify everyone. Fear scatters reason, and in fear men abandon homes, wealth, even heirs. Whoever orchestrates this wants the estate or wants Jonathan dead. Perhaps both." Jonathan himself seemed more unsettled than ever. He admitted to Cole and Ward that he had received a second note, this one pinned to his chamber door. "Leave while you can. The forgotten lady waits for you." Worse, his boots had gone missing from outside his door. Hours later, they were found at the garden wall, smeared in mud as though someone had walked the grounds in his shoes. "It's madness," Jonathan cried, pacing his chamber. "They are toying with me, framing me, perhaps. What if the villagers believe I wander at night like a madman?" Cole only raised an eyebrow. "That is exactly what someone wants. to paint you guilty, unstable, cursed. A clever smear. Ward felt pity for the young heir. Every night since his arrival, Jonathan had grown thinner, more drawn. His eyes shadowed from lack of sleep. The estate that should have been his inheritance had become a prison of fear. That evening, Cole demanded to be shown the locked east wing of the estate, a section abandoned for decades. Victor hesitated, muttering of collapsed beams and dangers, but Cole's insistence could not be denied. Inside, dust lay thick over shattered furniture. Cobwebs draped from the ceiling, and every step echoed as if the house groaned at their intrusion. Yet beneath the dust, Cole's eyes caught fresh disturbance, a trail where footprints had pressed. "Recent," he murmured, "within days." Ward followed nervously. The footprints led to a narrow door at the end of the corridor. Victor swore he had never seen it open in his life, but Cole pressed forward, forcing the swollen wood to creak wide. Behind it lay a staircase, spiraling down into darkness. Ward's lantern revealed claw marks on the walls, long gouges that made his skin crawl. The air smelled faintly of wet dog and something chemical, acrid and sharp. "Cole," Ward whispered. "What could have left these?" Cole only smiled grimly. "Not a ghost, Ward. Never a ghost." They descended, their lanterns flickering until the staircase ended in a damp chamber. There in the corner, straw lay scattered, chains clinked faintly in the draft. And on the ground, prints, large, heavy, unnatural. Ward froze. "The beast!" Cole crouched, touching the prints. "Enhanced. A dog, yes, but made monstrous. Someone has kept it here, fed it, trained it." Ward shivered. "Then Eleanor, her death." Cole's eyes glinted. "Precisely. Someone loosed the creature to frighten her, or kill her. And now they mean to do the same to Jonathan." When they returned to the hall, the storm had passed, but the tension had not. Cole instructed Victor to seal the east wing and keep silent. "No one must know of this yet. Not even Jonathan. Fear is our enemy and knowledge our only weapon." But as they climbed the stairs, Ward felt certain they were not alone. Somewhere beyond the walls, someone watched. Someone who had walked those same halls in silence, who had loosed a hound of nightmare into the valley, who now prepared for another strike. Ward's final entry that night captured his dread. The forgotten estate is a house of masks. Behind every cry in the fog lies a hand unseen. Eleanor is dead. Jonathan stands next in line, and the lady, whether spirit or trick, prowls the night. Adrian Cole insists on reason, but I confess, reason begins to slip when shadows grow teeth. I fear the next cry we hear will not be a warning, but a death. Outside, the valley slept under fog thicker than ever. Somewhere deep in the marshes, a howl broke the silence, low, guttural, unnatural. It carried over the estate, settling into every stone and every trembling heart. And though Cole claimed it was only a beast, Ward could not shake the thought that the curse had awakened once more. The morning sun never truly reached Ashthorn Valley. Even at dawn, the fog clung so stubbornly that it seemed the day was smothered before it could begin. When the sound of carriage wheels cracked against the gravel drive of the Ravencroft estate, every window seemed to rattle, as though the house itself sensed a new chapter about to unfold. Jonathan Ravencroft had arrived. From the grand staircase, Dr. Samuel Ward watched with his journal in hand, noting the young man's posture as he stepped into the hall. Jonathan was tall, broad-shouldered, with the confident air of someone raised far from superstition. His tailored coat, the polish on his boots, and the assured set of his jaw all spoke of a man unaccustomed to doubt. But when his eyes landed on the veiled portrait of Eleanor Ravencroft, that confidence flickered. She looks sterner in paint than I recall from her letters, Jonathan said, his voice lower than expected. It's odd to meet family only through brushstrokes. Professor Adrian Cole, leaning against the balustrade with calculated calm, studied him as though he were another piece of evidence. You have come a long way, Mr. Ravencroft, yet distance does not shield you from shadows. Do you understand what people say of this estate? Jonathan turned, brows furrowing. I've heard the tales. The lady who wails in the fog, the curse that follows my bloodline. Ghost stories, Professor, nothing more. Ghost stories, Cole repeated, voice cool, often conceal daggers. You would do well not to dismiss them so quickly. Ward scribbled, Jonathan attempts bravado, but the shadow of Eleanor's death already clings to him. Cole tests his composure, perhaps to measure whether he can withstand what is coming. Martha Grayson, hovering nearby, wrung her hands nervously. Master Jonathan, forgive me, but you must take caution. The lady, she has been seen again since your aunt's death. Jonathan gave a short laugh, though the tremor in it was not lost on Ward. A servant's tale. I trust Professor Cole will soon put an end to such nonsense. Cole said nothing, only observing the young man like a puzzle yet unsolved. The day unfolded with unsettling rhythm. Jonathan toured the estate with Victor at his side, Cole and Ward trailing close behind. The corridors stretched endlessly, lined with portraits of stern ancestors, their painted eyes seeming to follow him. This house feels less like an inheritance, Jonathan remarked, and more like a mausoleum. Every corner smells of the grave. Ward noted the remark carefully. His unease mirrored Jonathan's. The estate was not a home. It was a tomb that pretended to breathe. When they stepped into the gardens where Eleanor had been found dead, Jonathan's face hardened. This is where she fell? Alone? In the night? Yes, Victor confirmed. We warned her not to step out, sir, but she heard the lady crying. She said she could not ignore it, and then... His voice faltered. Cole crouched near the spot, fingertips brushing the earth. And then she never returned. He looked up at Jonathan. What will you do if you hear the same cries? Jonathan's jaw tightened. I will not run from shadows. Ward wondered if courage alone would be enough. And that afternoon, a messenger delivered a trunk belonging to Eleanor. Among its contents were letters, ledgers, and an old journal bound in cracked leather. Jonathan leafed through it absent-mindedly until one passage caught his attention. His face drained of color. What is it? Ward asked. Jonathan read aloud, voice trembling slightly. To whoever inherits after me, beware the lady's call. She comes when the blood of Ravencroft runs strongest. She does not forgive, she does not forget. The words silenced the room. Martha crossed herself, whispering a prayer. Even Victor paled. Cole, however, only leaned closer. Eleanor feared something real. Whether she named it ghost or curse, she knew she was being hunted. That is no superstition. That is evidence. Ward recorded, Eleanor's final writings confirm she felt threatened before her death. But whether by phantom or flesh, we cannot yet say. Night descended early, as though the valley itself swallowed the sun. Jonathan retired to his chamber, but Cole insisted Ward remain awake with him near the hearth in the study. The fog pressed against the windows like a living thing, and the silence between gusts of wind felt weighted. Then, footsteps. Slow, deliberate in the corridor above. Ward's pulse leapt. He grabbed his lantern and hurried with Cole up the staircase, their shadows flickering against the walls. The sound continued, measured and heavy, leading them toward Jonathan's chamber. They burst through the door. Jonathan sat upright in bed, pale. holding a crumpled note in his hands. "This was under my door," he said, voice strained. Cole took it, eyes scanning the jagged script. "You cannot escape her. The lady will have you." Ward felt a chill coil around his heart. "This is no longer rumor, Jonathan. Someone is targeting you." Cole's eyes narrowed. "Someone who moves freely in this house. Someone who wants you terrified." Outside, the howl of wind rose, and within it, just faintly, the sound of weeping drifted through the fog. Jonathan's face drained of all color. Ward himself felt his stomach twist. Cole only said, "So the play begins." The note in Jonathan's trembling hands marked a turning point. What had been whispered legend now pressed against the walls of the estate as if daring them to deny it. Ward could see the sweat shining on Jonathan's brow, though the chamber was cold. Martha, when she rushed in moments later with Victor close behind, gasped and crossed herself at the sight of the paper. "It's the lady," she whispered. "She has chosen him." Cole folded the note calmly, slipping it into his pocket. "Or someone wants you to believe that. Which is more dangerous? A ghost that cannot be fought, or a man who hides behind her veil? Remember this, Jonathan, belief is their weapon. If you surrender to it, they've already won." The next morning, Jonathan tried to reclaim composure. He insisted on touring the nearby village, perhaps hoping the bustle of ordinary life might dispel the estate's suffocating gloom. Ward accompanied him while Cole lingered at the manor to examine Eleanor's journals. The villagers, however, only deepened Jonathan's unease. As he walked the fog-draped street, doors shut quietly, curtains twitched, conversations hushed the moment he passed. An elderly woman even spat at the ground, muttering, "The curse follows the blood." Jonathan forced a smile, but when they returned to the estate, his expression cracked. "I feel like a marked man," he confessed. "Every stare, every whisper, how can I fight something that has already condemned me?" Ward tried to reassure him. "Cole will uncover the truth, he always does. You must endure until then." But Jonathan's eyes betrayed a fear that no words could soften. That evening, Cole gathered them in the library. He had spent hours poring over Eleanor's journals, and now he spoke with the certainty of a man assembling pieces of a puzzle. "Eleanor feared death," he said, laying the cracked leather volume on the table. "Not from age, not from illness. She wrote of being watched. She described footsteps outside her chamber at night and once wrote, 'The lady does not walk alone. I hear the tread of boots beneath her cries.'" Ward leaned forward. "Boots? Then it was not a phantom at her door." "Precisely." Cole's eyes glinted. "And note this. Eleanor was not an impressionable woman. She did not believe in the lady until her final weeks, when these disturbances grew unbearable. Someone made her believe. Someone frightened her to death." The silence that followed was thick. Jonathan's hands curled into fists. Then she was murdered. Cole exhaled smoke from his pipe, gaze steady. "Yes, and the same hand now tests you." The following nights confirmed it. On the second night after the note, Ward heard scratching at Jonathan's window. When they flung it open, there was no one. But on the sill lay a scrap of cloth soaked with a strange, luminous residue that glowed faintly in the moonlight. Cole tested it with a sniff and grimace. "Phosphorus, a cruel trick, makes fabric glow in the dark. Our phantom's gown, Ward, a stage prop." Jonathan paled. "Then what I saw in the garden, what you saw." "Exactly that," Cole interrupted. "A performance." Yet the discovery brought little comfort, for if someone could so carefully orchestrate fear, what else were they planning? On the third night, the fear escalated. Ward and Jonathan sat in the study when a sound drifted through the walls. A long, mournful wail, unmistakably a woman's cry. Jonathan stiffened, the blood draining from his face. "Stay here," Cole ordered, grabbing his lantern. Ward followed as they traced the sound through the halls, down corridors that twisted deeper into the estate. The cry grew louder, echoing off stone until they reached the chapel. The doors groaned open, revealing rows of dark pews and the ruined altar. And there, at the far end, a figure stood, white gown trailing, face hidden in shadow. Jonathan gasped. Ward's knees nearly buckled, but Cole's voice cut sharp. "Enough theater!" He strode forward, lantern raised. The figure jerked, turned, and bolted through a side door. Ward and Jonathan stumbled after, but by the time they burst into the adjoining hall, the apparition had vanished. Only a lingering chemical glow marked her trail. Cole snarled, "So, Our Lady runs on two legs." The chase left Jonathan shaken. He confessed later in the night, "I thought I was brave enough, but every sight of her, I cannot help but feel doomed." Cole placed a firm hand on his shoulder. "That is the point, Jonathan. They want you broken before they strike. But remember, fear clouds judgment. You must trust reason." Ward, writing in his journal, wondered privately if reason alone could endure in a place where even he had nearly believed the impossible. The tension reached its peak one storm-choked dawn when Victor Grayson was discovered signaling from an upper window, his lantern flashing toward the valley. Ward confronted him, and Victor fell to his knees. "I swear it isn't betrayal," the caretaker pleaded. "I signal for my wife's brother, Leonard. He hides in the valley, escaped prison, hunted by men who'd kill him. We sneak food to him. If Martha knew I confessed, it would break her heart. But I swear on my life, sir, I serve the family faithfully." Ward was torn. It was true. Martha's eyes often betrayed secret worry. Yet Cole's suspicion lingered. "Secrets in a house like this," Cole warned, "are daggers waiting for a back." Victor begged. "I've hidden nothing else, sir. Only this. Leonard is a fugitive, but not a killer. He's family to us." Cole said nothing more, though Ward saw in his expression that doubt remained. That night, lightning split the sky, and in its glow, Jonathan nearly died. Ward had accompanied him through the corridor when the great chandelier above suddenly tore loose, crashing to the floor where Jonathan had stood seconds earlier. The blast of sound rattled the very foundations, shards scattering across the marble. Jonathan's face went white. "It tried to kill me." Cole examined the wreckage calmly. The chain that had held the chandelier was filed almost clean through. Not age, not accident. "Murder wears many masks," he said softly. "This one pretends to be fate." From then on, the estate felt less like home and more like a trap set on every floor. Ward scarcely slept. Jonathan drank heavily to steady his nerves, and even Martha confessed she wished the family had never returned. But Cole grew sharper, more certain. He mapped every hallway, questioned every villager, studied every journal. Piece by piece, he began to see the web forming. "The lady," he said one morning, "is not one woman at all. She is a role, a disguise. Anyone could wear the gown, slip through the fog, deliver the fear. But who profits from Jonathan's ruin? That is the question we must answer before the final act." The final act of Section 2 came abruptly. Jonathan had retired early when a scream tore through the halls. Ward and Cole rushed to his chamber and found him pale, trembling, pointing toward the window. "She was there," he whispered. "The lady. She looked right at me." Ward rushed to the window. The fog churned thick outside, but no figure remained. Only the imprint of footprints beneath the sill, large, deliberate, leading into the marsh. Cole crouched, studying them with keen eyes. Our phantom grows careless. These are not Eleanor's, not Martha's, not yours, Jonathan. These belong to a man, and tomorrow we will follow them. Ward closed his journal with trembling hands. The heir has arrived, and with him the storm. The lady has returned to haunt us, but with every cry Cole sees not death but deception. Still, I fear deception can kill as surely as any ghost. And if we fail, Jonathan Ravencroft will join his aunt beneath the soil of Ashthorn. Outside, the fog swallowed the footprints whole as though eager to erase the path before dawn. The morning after the footprints were found, the Ravencroft estate seemed to pulse with tension. Everyone in the house carried themselves differently. Jonathan looked gaunt and restless. Martha flinched at every sound. Victor muttered to himself while polishing silverware, and even the portraits appeared to glare more darkly from the walls. Professor Adrian Cole, however, seemed more alive than ever. He moved through the house like a hawk in a cage, his eyes sharp, his questions sharper. "The lady cannot haunt alone," he told Dr. Ward. "Every act requires preparation. A hand to craft the gown, a mind to plot the fear, a body to walk in the fog. That means accomplices, or at least more witnesses than admit themselves." Ward dutifully recorded, "Cole intends to bring every possible suspect into the open. One by one he will drag them from shadow into light." Their first stop was the servants' wing. Victor and Martha Grayson stood nervously side by side, their hands entwined. Cole began without preamble. "You were seen signaling into the valley, Victor. Explain." Victor's face flushed. "I've told you, sir, I signal for Leonard, my wife's brother. He's escaped prison. I feed him, nothing more." "And Eleanor knew of this?" Cole pressed. Martha gasped. "No. She would never forgive us. That's why we kept it secret. But Leonard's no murderer. He wouldn't dare come near the house." Cole's gaze lingered. "A fugitive hiding in the valley tied to the estate's servants. An ideal scapegoat, wouldn't you say?" Victor swallowed hard. "We swear, sir. We have nothing to do with the lady." Cole gave a thin smile. "We shall see." Ward noted, "Grayson seemed guilty of compassion, perhaps, but secrets are dangerous currency here." Next, Cole and Ward rode to the edge of the valley, where a crumbling manor stood. Its owner, Edwin Carter, was a man of eccentric reputation, an amateur astronomer who spent more time at his telescope than in conversation. He greeted them with wild eyes and a flood of words. "You've seen her, haven't you? The lady. I saw her 2 nights ago, shimmering through the mist, her gown glowing like a star. My telescope never lies. She is real." Cole's voice cut cold. "And yet, Mr. Carter, your telescope also records comets and planets. Do you believe they whisper threats on notes as well?" Carter's laughter cracked. "Notes? No, no, no," but she wept. "I heard her as clear as you hear me now. A sound not of this earth," Ward whispered in his journal. "A man intoxicated by visions. Could his tales be delusion? Or is he a convenient mouthpiece for fear?" Cole left him with a single remark. "The stars do not haunt men, Mr. Carter, but men often haunt each other." Back in the village, they sought Clara Dawson, a young woman whose name had surfaced in Eleanor's final weeks. She lived alone in a cottage, her face pale but striking, her manner timid. When Cole presented her with Eleanor's journal entries, references to a mysterious friend who had begged her to meet in the garden the night she died, Clara's hands shook. "It was me," she confessed. "I wrote to her. I asked her to meet me, but I swear I didn't know what would happen. I was told she would help me, that she would protect me from scandal." "Who told you?" Cole demanded. Clara bit her lip. A gentleman. A kind, persuasive man. He promised he'd stand by me if I wrote the letter. I thought he meant well. Cole's eyes hardened. And his name? Tears welled in Clara's eyes. I can't. If I betray him, I'm ruined. Ward's pen nearly tore the page as he wrote, "A woman caught in deceit not of her own making, but who manipulated her, whose promise bound her tongue." Finally, Cole insisted on seeking Leonard himself. Guided by Victor's trembling directions, they trekked into the marsh where the fog thickened and the ground sucked at their boots. In a hollow between rocks, they found him, a gaunt, ragged man, his eyes darting like a cornered animal. "You've brought the law," Leonard hissed. Cole raised a hand. "Calm yourself. I seek only truth. Tell me, have you been near the estate?" Leonard shook his head violently. "No, I stay clear of it. They'd hang me for trespassing, let alone murder. I've heard the cries, yes, but I keep to my hole. Ask Victor, he brings me food, that's all." Ward studied him carefully. The man was desperate, starving, frightened. Yet his fear seemed too raw to be faked. Cole studied him as though weighing scales in his mind. "If you lie, Leonard, you will be the first to fall. But if you speak true, then you too are a pawn in a larger game." Leonard spat. "Pawn or not, I want nothing to do with your lady." By the week's end, Cole and Ward had gathered a gallery of suspects. The Graysons, with their hidden fugitive. Edwin Carter, seeing visions in the fog. Clara Dawson, entangled in deceitful letters. Leonard Vexley, an escaped convict too near the estate for coincidence. Ward's journal captured the weight of it. Every path leads to shadow. Each person hides secrets, yet none admit guilt. The lady appears in every story, but always through fear, never through proof. Cole believes the culprit hides among them. I begin to wonder if everyone here wears a mask. That night, Cole spread papers across the library table, sketching connections with a sharp pencil. "They are pieces, Ward," he murmured. "The Graysons smuggle. Clara obeys. Carter proclaims. Leonard flees. But who directs? Who conducts this orchestra of fear? That is the hand we must unmask." Ward asked quietly, "And if we cannot?" Cole's eyes lifted cold and steady. "Then Jonathan Ravencroft will die." The fog rolled thicker as the days passed, as if Ashthorn Valley itself sought to conceal the truth. By now, the estate was no longer simply haunted by legend. It was crowded with living suspects, each cloaked in half-truths and shadows. Professor Cole, unshaken, resolved to pry every secret into daylight. "Fear thrives in silence," he told Ward one evening. "But suspects cannot hide once their stories are forced to collide." Cole arranged for each suspect to be questioned formally in the grand dining hall. Jonathan objected at first. "You mean to turn my inheritance into a courtroom?" But eventually agreed when Cole reminded him, "Better a courtroom than a coffin." The Graysons were brought first. Victor wrung his cap in his hands while Martha kept her eyes lowered. Cole's voice was sharp. "You smuggle food and light signals into the valley. Do you deny it?" Victor's shoulders sagged. "No, sir. It's for Leonard, nothing more. He's my wife's brother, and though he's lost his way, we couldn't let him starve." "And Eleanor?" Cole pressed. "Did she know?" Martha sobbed. "Never. She would have cast us out." Cole leaned forward. "Then consider this. Someone may be using your kindness as cover. Your signals could mask their own. Your food could sustain more than just Leonard. Think carefully. Did you ever see another face in those shadows?" Victor hesitated. His lips trembled. "Once, I thought I saw someone. Not Leonard. Too tall, too fine a coat. But when I looked again, the fog had swallowed him. The room chilled with the revelation. Next came Edwin Carter, dragging his telescope notes under one arm. He launched into his testimony unprompted. She glows brighter each night. I charted her path. See here across the marsh at midnight, then again at 1 o'clock near the village edge. No ordinary woman could travel so quickly. Cole flipped through the sketches, unimpressed. Or perhaps no ordinary neighbor would watch so obsessively. Tell me, Carter, why do you watch the estate so closely? Carter's laugh was strained. Because truth lies in the sky and in the fog. Men may lie, but stars and phantoms do not. Cole's gaze was icy. And yet it is men who leave boot prints and file chains. I advise you to study your neighbors more closely than your constellations. Clara Dawson was brought last. She trembled as she entered, pale beneath the weight of every eye. Cole wasted no time. You admit you lured Eleanor from the house, but you refuse to name the man who convinced you. Why? Clara's lips quivered. Because he promised to help me. He said he would clear my debts, restore my reputation. If I betray him, I lose everything. Jonathan leaned forward angrily. And my aunt lost her life. Cole raised a hand. Quiet. He fixed Clara with a piercing stare. This man, did he ever mention the lady? Did he speak of curses? Clara hesitated, then nodded. Yes. He said Eleanor would not dare defy the lady if she believed she was summoned. He said fear would bring her. The hall erupted in whispers. Ward wrote quickly, At last, proof that a living man directed Eleanor to her death under guise of the phantom. But who is he? Clara's silence damns us all. And that night, unable to sleep, Ward wandered the halls with lantern in hand. His steps drew him toward the abandoned chapel once more. The door creaked as he entered, and the air within was damp, heavy with incense long burned away. He froze. By the altar lay fresh petals, white lilies, their fragrance sharp. And above them, scrawled in chalk on the stone wall, The lady weeps for the heir. Ward's hand shook as he traced the letters. They were recent, drawn with intent. This was no ghost. This was handwriting. He rushed to fetch Cole, who studied the message with grim satisfaction. They grow bolder. Fear must be spreading well if they leave such theater behind. But their hand betrays them. We will match this script to the note given to Jonathan, and then we will know. But the next day brought another shock. Leonard Vexley stumbled to the gates, his rags drenched in marsh water. He demanded to see Cole. "They're using me," he shouted. "Whoever plays this ghost, they move where I hide. I've seen them twice now, passing near my hole, tall, lean, carrying something in a sack. They mean for me to take the blame when the blood spills." Cole's eyes sharpened. "Describe him." Leonard shook his head. "Fog hides his face, but I swear it's not me who kills. If you don't believe me, fine. But when they come for Jonathan, don't say I didn't warn you." Ward recorded, "Leonard's desperation may be honest. If so, the real culprit walks freer than any of us dare admit." Meanwhile, Jonathan's strength waned. He grew irritable, sleepless, snapping at servants and retreating to his chambers for hours. One evening he confessed to Ward, "I can't bear it. Every time the fog thickens, I see her face. Every whisper in the halls is hers. I feel death pressing in." Ward tried to reassure him. "Cole is close. Trust him." But Jonathan shook his head. "Cole hunts reason. I think reason has no place here. This is more than men's tricks. This is doom written in my blood." Ward left him trembling, fearing that despair itself might kill him before any phantom could. Late that night, Cole summoned Ward to the library. Papers and notes were spread across the great oak table, string connecting names and events like a spider's web. "It is clear," Cole said, tapping the center of the web. "Someone inside this estate directs every move. The notes, the gown, the cries. They require access, knowledge, opportunity. Only those near us could orchestrate so much fear." Ward leaned closer. "Then the phantom is no stranger?" Cole's eyes narrowed. "No stranger at all. The lady lives among us." Their discussion was cut short by a sound that froze Ward's blood. A howl, low and guttural, rising from the marsh beyond the estate. It was no ordinary dog. It was deeper, more monstrous, echoing like thunder. Jonathan burst into the library moments later, face white. "You heard it. She comes for me." Cole seized his coat. "No, this is our chance. Ward Lantern, we follow that sound. Tonight we see the lady unveiled." They plunged into the fog, Jonathan reluctantly behind them. The howl rose again, closer, vibrating through the ground. Ward's lantern flickered, and in its glow they saw it. Prints in the mud, massive paw-like, glowing faintly where chemicals had seeped. Then, through the mist, a shape moved, huge, hulking eyes shining with eerie light. Jonathan cried out. Ward nearly dropped the lantern. The beast lunged, then veered away into the fog, vanishing like smoke. Cole's voice was cold steel. Not a ghost, a hound, bred, trained, and made monstrous with chemicals. Someone has turned a dog into a demon. Jonathan fell to his knees. Then Eleanor. She was hunted. Cole's eyes hardened. Yes, and unless we unmask its master, you will be next. Ward's journal closed the night. The suspects crowd us, each holding secrets, each capable of lies. The lady's wail echoes still, but now I know. Her voice belongs to a hand of flesh. Cole swears the truth lies within these walls. If he fails, Jonathan will not live to see the valley clear of fog. The night after the hound's terrifying appearance, the Ravencroft estate felt more like a besieged fortress than a home. Servants whispered of resigning. Villagers spoke of abandoning the valley entirely, and Jonathan Ravencroft hardly left his chamber. Professor Adrian Cole, however, grew only sharper. Fear is reaching its crescendo, he told Ward at breakfast. That means our culprit believes he has nearly won. He will grow careless, and when he does, we shall strike. Ward scribbled, Cole thrives where others break. The more the valley drowns in fear, the steadier he becomes. Governor, I wish I could borrow his certainty. That afternoon brought a new player into the unfolding drama. Inspector Harlow, a Scotland Yard man sent after reports of Eleanor's suspicious death and the fugitive Leonard. His arrival added weight and formality to the investigation. Professor Cole, Harlow greeted curtly. I've heard much of your methods. Let us hope your skepticism toward ghosts proves justified. I deal only in law, and law requires evidence. Cole's thin smile betrayed amusement. Then we shall get along well, Inspector. Evidence is all I seek, though you may find it in places you least expect. Harlow demanded to interview each suspect personally. One by one, they passed through the library under his stern questioning. Yet each denied involvement. Leonard insisted again that he was being framed. Clara wept that she was tricked into letters. Victor and Martha clung to their story of loyalty, and Carter raved about visions in the sky. Harlow left the library muttering, half this valley should be locked away for lunacy. Cole only remarked, madness and deception are close cousins, Inspector, but behind their masks lies one calculating mind. That evening, a knock echoed through the hall. At the door stood a woman with striking eyes and an anxious air. Isabella Whitmore, the supposed sister of Harold Whitmore, a naturalist who had recently befriended Jonathan. "I must speak with you privately," she whispered to Cole and Ward, glancing nervously over her shoulder. In the study, she confessed in a hushed voice, "Jonathan is in grave danger. My brother grows too interested in him in the estate. He speaks often of inheritance, of how easily fear can drive a man away. I fear he is not what he seems." Ward leaned forward. "What do you mean?" Her lips trembled. "He is not my brother." Before she could say more, heavy footsteps approached, and Harold himself appeared at the door, smiling pleasantly. "There you are, Isabella. Forgive her, gentlemen. My sister is prone to dramatics. Come along now." Isabella's eyes pleaded silently as Harold ushered her away. Cole's gaze followed them, cold and calculating. "Ward, note that. The lady may have many masks, but I suspect Harold Whitmore wears the finest." And that night, Jonathan received yet another letter slipped under his door. The handwriting matched the others, but the message was more direct. "Meet me at the chapel at midnight alone, and the lady will spare you." Jonathan nearly broke. I can't do this anymore. If I don't go, she'll come for me. If I do, I walk into a grave." Cole gripped his shoulder firmly. "Then we turn their trap into ours. You will go, but we will be waiting." Ward recorded, "Cole means to spring the snare. I pray we do not become prey instead." The chapel was a cavern of shadows when Jonathan entered at midnight, lantern trembling in his hand. Ward and Cole hid behind the ruined pews. Inspector Harlow crouched by the door, every ear straining for the slightest sound. The silence was suffocating. Then, a cry. Low, mournful, echoing through the rafters. The lady's voice. Jonathan froze, lantern shaking. The cry grew louder. Closer, and then from the altar she appeared, white gown glowing, arms raised in sorrow. Ward's blood ran cold, every instinct screamed of death, but Cole sprang forward, lantern high. "Now!" The figure recoiled, tried to flee, but Harlow blocked the exit. In the chaos, the lantern flame flared against the gown, and the glow revealed streaks of powder across the fabric. The figure stumbled, and the veil slipped. It was Isabella. Jonathan gasped. Ward staggered, but before anyone could speak, Harold Whitmore stormed into the chapel, eyes blazing. "Fools! She was trying to protect you." Cole's voice cut like a blade. "No, Harold. She was protecting herself. And you." Tears streamed down Isabella's face as the gown was torn away. "It was him," she sobbed, pointing at Harold. "He forced me. He said if I played the lady, no one would suspect him. He made me lure Eleanor. He made me haunt the estate, everything." Harold's mask cracked, rage twisting his features. "Quiet, woman." Cole's eyes gleamed with triumph. "At last, the conductor of this orchestra reveals himself. Harold Whitmore, not a naturalist, not a savior, but a fraud and a killer. Eleanor saw through you, didn't she? That is why you silenced her." Harold sneered. "Eleanor was weak. Superstition made her easy prey. And Jonathan would have been easier still. The estate should be mine. It was meant to be mine." At that moment, a guttural howl shook the chapel. The hound, the monstrous beast Harold had trained as his instrument of fear. The doors burst open and the creature lunged, eyes glowing, jaws wide. Jonathan screamed, stumbling back. Ward froze in terror. But Cole was ready. He flung powder from his pocket into the lantern flame, creating a blinding flash. The beast recoiled, whimpering, and Harlow fired his pistol. The shot rang through the chapel, and the hound collapsed, its glow fading to reveal nothing more than a dog twisted by cruelty and chemicals. Harold roared in fury, lunging for Cole, but Harlow and Victor subdued him with chains torn from the altar. Isabella collapsed, sobbing. The gown crumpled at her feet. When dawn broke, Harold Whitmore sat shackled in the great hall, his eyes hollow. Isabella gave a full confession. She was his wife, not his sister, forced into deceit by fear and manipulation. Clara Dawson admitted Harold had promised to protect her, using her to lure Eleanor to her death. Even Edwin Carter, when confronted with evidence, admitted Harold had fed him sightings to spread panic. The web unraveled at last. Every thread led back to Harold. Cole stood before Jonathan, calm as ever. The lady was no ghost. She was theater. Fear was the weapon, greed the motive. Eleanor saw the truth too late. You must carry her memory, but not her terror. Jonathan's eyes filled with tears, but for the first time since his arrival, he stood straighter. The estate is mine, then. But the curse is broken. Cole lit his pipe, gaze turning toward the valley. There was never a curse, Jonathan. Only a man who wished you to believe there was. Remember that. Fear is most dangerous when we give it form. Ward closed his journal. The lady is forgotten at last, unmasked as human deceit. The hound is slain, the conspirator exposed. Yet the valley will whisper still, for legends cling tighter than truth. But Adrian Cole has proved once again, behind every phantom lies a man, and behind every curse, a crime. The fog was thicker than ever, blanketing Ashthorne Valley in a silence that seemed to drink the air itself. Even after Harold Whitmore's arrest, the shadows did not lift. It was as if the valley refused to loosen its grip on terror, as though every stone and marsh reed still whispered of curses and ghosts. Jonathan Ravencroft had not slept for days. He wandered the halls like a restless shade, pausing often at the tall windows to stare into the mist as if it might reveal something hidden. His eyes were sunken, his hands unsteady. When Dr. Samuel Ward saw him pacing the study that evening, he noted the tremor in the young heir's voice. "It isn't over," Jonathan whispered. "Even with Harold locked away, I feel her out there. The lady, she's waiting." Professor Adrian Cole sat by the fire, the glow outlining his sharp features. He tapped ash from his pipe with calm precision. Superstition clings tighter than chains. It was Harold's tool, but he was not alone in wielding it. Remember that, Jonathan. Every orchestra has more than one instrument. He may have conducted, but other hands played the notes. And until we catch them, this valley will not know peace. Inspector Harlow had insisted Harold remain secured in the cellar until he could be transported, but even in chains, his presence seemed to poison the air. Martha Grayson refused to walk past the locked door where he was kept. Victor muttered prayers whenever he passed, and Isabella sat alone in her chamber, pale and broken, refusing food and speaking in fragments. 3 nights after Harold's capture, Ashthorne screamed again. Ward jolted awake to the sound, that high, keening wail that seemed to seep from the walls. Jonathan burst into his chamber, face drained of color. "You hear it too. She's still here." Cole was already dressed, lantern in hand. "Good. Then we chase her this time rather than cower." The 3 of them plunged into the night. Fog closed tight around them, the ground sucking at their boots as they followed the dreadful sound toward the marsh. The cry rose again, guiding them. Through the mist, a shadow moved, tall, cloaked, carrying something long and narrow. The wail sounded once more, but this time Ward caught a detail he hadn't before. It wasn't a human cry at all. It was the scrape of metal dragged across wood, warped by the fog. "Stop!" Cole barked into the night. "In the name of the law!" The figure bolted. Ward gave chase, Jonathan stumbling behind, but the reeds swallowed the shadow. Cole alone pressed forward, his lantern darting through the mist like a predator's eye. They reached a clearing, but the figure had vanished. Only the reeds shivered, and at their feet lay a crude device, a reed horn fitted with resin crafted to mimic the weeping of a woman when dragged across the ground. Ward stared at it, horrified. So all along the voice, nothing but theater, Cole interrupted, his mouth twisting into a grim smile. Tools and tricks. Harold was clever, but someone else carries the mask now. He is not the only player. By dawn, the valley churned with rumor. Villagers swore the lady had returned, drifting through the marsh and crying through the fog. Farmers stayed home from their fields. Children were kept indoors. Even the tavern keeper muttered that Ashthorne was cursed beyond salvation. Ward tried reason, but fear was quicker than sense, and no one would listen. Cole only muttered under his breath that fear was harder to kill than any beast. That evening, Isabella came to them trembling, her face pale as parchment. Her voice shook as she whispered, "There is something I never told you." Harold often met with a man from the village. They met secretly near the chapel ruins. I never knew his name, but he had influence. Harold said he would spread the fear, that he could make the villagers believe in the lady without question. Cole's eyes gleamed sharply. A partner? She nodded. Yes. Harold built the terror, but this man gave it voice. Without him, no one would have believed. Cole rose at once. Then tonight we find him. The plan was precise. Cole, Ward, and Inspector Harlow would hide among the broken stones near the chapel ruins. Jonathan, despite Cole's protests, insisted on joining. "If I am the bait, then let me be bait," he said, jaw tight. The night was smothering. They crouched in silence, lanterns dimmed, the fog so heavy that the chapel itself blurred into a shadow. Hours passed, and Ward's nerves frayed with every drip of water and every whisper of wind. Then a figure appeared, tall, hooded, carrying a lantern with a faint, unnatural flicker. He paused at the ruins, scanned the clearing, and then raised a reed horn. The valley wailed again, that mournful cry echoing into every dark corner. Ward nearly shouted, but Cole gripped his arm, whispering, "Patience." The figure waited, listening for response. Then he turned, straight toward their hiding place. Cole hissed, "Now!" They leapt from the shadows. The man bolted, his lantern swinging wildly. Jonathan lunged, tackling him into the mud. The lantern shattered against the stones, sparks dying in the wet earth. Harlow wrestled him down, tearing back the hood. Ward's heart stuttered. It was Edwin Carter. The astronomer spat mud, his eyes wide and wild. "You don't understand. The lady is real. I only gave her voice. If the valley feared her, they would respect her. She punishes those who deny her." Cole's voice cut like ice. "No, Carter, you fed her voice. You spread Harold's lies. You armed him with the weapon of fear, and now you will answer for it." Ward's pen scratched furiously later that night as he wrote, "The shadows do not scatter, they multiply." Harold was not alone. Carter gave him a mouth, gave the lady her cry. How many more wear her gown, I do not yet know. But Cole insists the truth is near. I pray we live to see it. The valley lay silent once more, but the silence was worse than sound. For silence meant waiting. Silence meant watching. And somewhere in that fog, Ward knew the lady still lingered, not as spirit but as men in masks, their hunger yet unquenched. Inspector Harlow had Edwin Carter dragged to the library, mud still clinging to his boots. The astronomer's hands shook as he stared at the circle of faces, the inspector's granite stare, Professor Cole's cool precision, Ward's wary gaze, and Jonathan's barely restrained anger. "Why?" Jonathan demanded. "Why give her a voice? Why make my people fear their own valley?" Carter swallowed. "Because they already feared it. I only translated it. I thought If they believed they would keep away from the marsh, they would stop prying into things that shouldn't be seen. Things like Harold, Cole said evenly. Carter's lips twitched. He came to me first. He said if I could help persuade the village, he would pay. He told me about the lady, how the gossip alone was almost enough. He needed the rest. The horns, Harlow growled. The whales in the reeds. I made them from reeds and resin, Carter confessed, eyes darting toward as though seeking mercy. He taught me the scrape, where to drag, how the fog carries sound. He gave me a lantern with a wick that flickered unnaturally. He said it would look like a ghost moving through the mist. Please, I thought I was serving something larger. I thought I was warning them. Cole leaned forward, voice like a blade. Who gave you the payments, Carter? Harold himself? Not always. Carter hesitated, then exhaled. Sometimes a man from the village left the money at the old milestone near the chapel. Coins wrapped in red cloth. A gentleman, clean coat, fine boots. I never saw his face clearly. Victor's head lifted slowly from the doorway where he'd been hovering, wringing his cap. Fine boots, he murmured. I told you I saw a tall man in a fine coat when I was signaling the valley. It wasn't Leonard. Harlow slammed a palm on the table. Names. I want names, and I want them tonight. I don't have one, Carter said miserably. He spoke little, but he smelled of camphor, I think. He walked like a man used to being obeyed. Ward glanced at Cole. Camphor. Physician's smell? Cole's eyes flicked once toward the hall where Dr. Felix Morgan's coat and bag often hung when he visited. He said nothing, but the room felt colder. Where did Harold get the chemicals for the glowing cloth? Ward asked. For the hound? Carter rubbed his temple. He mentioned a pharmacy in the next town. Said a friend could purchase without questions. Phosphorus, lime, resin. He told me to keep it sealed, to avoid breathing it when damp. Isabella's voice drifted from the doorway, small and frayed. He kept a list of suppliers, hidden under a false bottom in his trunk. If you search it, you'll find the names and the letters. Harlow's chin jerked toward two constables. Bring the trunk. Jonathan looked at Isabella with raw confusion. Why didn't you tell us everything the night we caught him? Her eyes glistened. Because fear doesn't release its prisoners all at once, Mr. Ravencroft. It leaves a bruise that keeps throbbing. I am still learning how to breathe without it. Then breathe now, Cole said gently. Every truth you give us breaks the valley's hold. They waited while the trunk was fetched and forced open. Under the false bottom, just as Isabella had said, were ledgers of small sums paid, dates, initials. Harlow traced a finger to one entry. C, £3, reeds and lantern. Another, E, foes, cloth. A third, F, consult. Marsh roots. F, Harlow muttered. Who in the devil is F? Felix? Ward said before he could stop himself. The silence that followed felt like a floor giving way. Cole spoke at last, voice calm but flinty. We do not hang men on initials. We verify. Verify quickly, Jonathan snapped. If Dr. Morgan is part of this, I want him out of my house. And if he is not, Cole replied evenly, you will need him alive when the next trap is sprung. By morning, Dr. Felix Morgan arrived at the estate with his black bag and untroubled smile. You look pale, Jonathan, he said, taking the young man's wrist. You need broth and sleep, and sunlight if the valley will lend it. Is that what you prescribed Eleanor? Jonathan asked tightly, when she heard crying in the garden. Morgan's hand stilled. I told her to lock her doors. I told her fear can strain the heart. I told her to call me at once if she heard anything again. But she didn't call. He turned to Cole. Is it true? Have you found the source? We found a man who gave the lady her voice, Cole said. But voices need scripts. We are backtracing the ink. Scripts, Morgan frowned. Professor, I am a physician, not a playwright. Then why? Harlow asked, thrusting the ledger forward. Is there an F in Harold's accounts marked consult, marsh roots? The doctor's brows drew tight. Because Harold Whitmore asked me about the marsh, where the ground sinks, where not to tread. He claimed he was cataloging marsh flora. I believed him. He paid me for my time. I refused the second payment when I felt his curiosity was unwholesome. He exhaled. I never imagined he would weaponize the marsh itself. Cole studied his eyes. And the chemicals? I ordered phosphorus and camphor regularly, Morgan said. For my practice, I registered every order legally. If any went missing, it was stolen. He looked suddenly older. You think I helped him build his illusions? Perhaps I did, by trusting the wrong man. Isabella's voice trembled. Harold stole from anyone weak enough to forgive him. I was the weakest. Harlow's skepticism softened by a hair. We'll confirm your pharmacy accounts, Doctor. If they're clean, you'll be free to patch up the fools who wade into the marsh tonight. Then start with me, Morgan said, glancing at Jonathan's shaking hands. Fear is a toxin, Inspector. It takes different antidotes for each man. That night, the valley answered with a new symptom. A cart approached the estate at dusk, driven by Mr. Hollins, the innkeeper, who kept tugging his cap as if it might shield him from judgment. Brought something I found by the milestone, he said, placing a wrapped bundle on the table. Thought I should, not keep it. Harlow unwrapped the cloth. Inside lay a reed horn, a small flask slick with oily residue, and a neat roll of coins tied with blue thread. Cole lifted the flask, sniffed, and nodded. Lantern oil cut with turpentine. Gives the flame that strange flicker. Where did you really find these, Mr. Hollins? The innkeeper's eyes slid to the window. I serve beer. I hear things. A man leaves in a hurry, forgets his parcel. I don't ask why. He swallowed. He wore a black coat. The collar smelled like medicine. Harlow turned, already reaching for his hat. We're searching the surgery. Not tonight, Cole said quietly. Tonight we set a different net. Another trap? Jonathan asked. A mirror, Cole replied. We let the accomplice think the game still works. We stage a sighting on our terms and watch who moves to amplify it. Harold's partner will rush to feed the rumor. He cannot help himself. Ward stared. You want us to fake the lady? Cole's mouth quirked. For once, fear will serve the truth. They chose the chapel yard where the fog pooled like a living thing. Victor stood guard at a distance. Martha kept a lantern low by the path, and Isabella, hands shaking, agreed to lay white cloths on the stones as decoys. Ward's throat tightened when she looked at him. If I do this, she whispered, it will be the last time I touch her gown. It will, he promised. We end it tonight. Cole's voice carried softly through the mist. Positions, no heroics. When the accomplice appears, we watch who he signals, who he runs to warn, who carries the story to the village. Fear always needs a messenger. They waited. Fog pressed against their faces, damp and cold. Somewhere a night bird cried and fell silent. Then a shape materialized at the edge of the clearing, cautious and low. The figure crept toward the white cloths, lifted the reed horn from the ground exactly where Cole had placed it, and tested a scrape. The valley wept. Hold, Cole breathed. The figure turned, lantern cupped, scanning for witnesses. Seeing none, he dragged the horn again, then hurried toward the lane that led to the village. Cole counted under his breath. 3, 2, 1. Another shadow peeled from the hedges farther off, swift, upright, confident. He didn't touch the cloths or the horn. He didn't need to. He strode to the old milestone, stooped, and left a small bundle beneath it. Then he melted into the fog in the opposite direction, the gait smooth, unhurried. 2 men, Ward whispered. 1 voice, 1 purse. Follow the second, Cole said. They moved like ghosts themselves, staying to the ditches, letting the fog hide their steps. The second man cut across the fields on a path too sure for a villager, a path known to surveyors or doctors who walked for their work. He passed near the surgery's back gate, paused, then moved on toward the inn. Mr. Hollins had doused his lamps, but a faint glow leaked around his shutters. The man rapped once, twice, with a coded rhythm. The door opened a crack. A hand reached. The bundle passed inside. Cole's eyes hardened. Rumor needs a tavern, and a man who supplies the tavern with rhythm. They slipped back before the door reopened, before the voices grew brave enough to step outside. When they reached the lane, Jonathan stopped, breath shallow. I can't stand this waiting. Who is it? Patience, Cole said. We pull this thread and the whole garment unravels. While I suffocate in it, Jonathan muttered. Ward wanted to answer, but sound rose from the marsh, a low rumble that was not wind. The 3 of them turned together as the fog split around another shape. Huge, moving low. The rumble became a growl. Not again, Jonathan whispered. Please, God, not again. Cole seized Ward's lantern and flung powder into its flame. Light flared, white and hot. The beast flinched, sliding sideways in the mud. And for a heartbeat, Ward saw it. Muzzle wired tight to pull back the lips, spines integrated along a collar to bulk the silhouette. A smear of paste along its fur that caught the light like cold fire. No ghost. A dog remade into a nightmare. A whistle cut the dark, the kind a trainer uses when a beast is meant to vanish. The animal pivoted and sprinted into Reed so confidently it might have been running home. Someone still has a key to the east wing, Ward gasped. Or a second kennel. Cole nodded once. And he just called his hound away from our trap. Harold's in chains, Jonathan said. How many men does it take to keep one monster alive? Fewer than you think, Cole replied. 1 to cut the meat, 1 to hold the leash, 1 to tell the village how loudly it howled. They returned to the estate, wet and silent. Isabella stood on the steps, wringing a white cloth as if strangling it. Did we end it? She asked. Not yet, Cole said, but we watched the river of fear flow to its source. Tomorrow we close the gate. Jonathan stared past them into the valley, clasping and unclasping his hands. It feels like it keeps beginning, he said softly. Every night is the first night of terror all over again. It will end, Ward told him. Not because curses expire, but because men make mistakes. He glanced at Cole. And because other men refuse to. The next morning, Harlow pounded on Hollins's door with the flat of his hand while Cole quietly circled to the back. You have contraband lantern oil and a reed horn inside, the inspector said when the innkeeper cracked the door. And you've been accepting bundles from a man who smells of medicine. Hollins blanched. I don't want trouble. Trouble lives here, Harlow replied. Open the door. Inside, the reed horn lay beneath the bar, wrapped in a towel. The lantern oil rested on a shelf behind the gin. Blue thread dangled from a drawer. Harlow opened it to find rolls of coins and a list of tavern patrons with notes like, loud when drunk, spreads tales fast, owes me. Who brings you these? Harlow demanded. Hollins's shoulders slumped. A gentleman. He says fear sells more drink than market day. He tells me the words to pass on. Never a lie, he says, just a push. Cole's gaze had already drifted to the coat tree. A black coat hung there, the collar faintly perfumed with camphor. He lifted it, ran a finger over the stitching, and plucked a stray thread from the hem. Blue, matching the bundles. "Name," Cole said quietly. The word not a request, but a closing door. Hollins swallowed hard. I don't say names, sir." "Then I will," Cole answered and turned toward the window as a shadow crossed it, pausing just long enough to understand he'd been seen. The figure outside walked like a man used to being obeyed. He did not run. He adjusted his hat and continued toward the lane that led, not to the surgery, not to the church, but to the path skirting the east wing where locks existed for men who knew them. Ward's pulse quickened. "Do we follow?" "We finish," Cole said. They stepped into the fog once more, the valley holding its breath, the inn's door creaking shut behind them. Somewhere ahead, a whistle would blow and a chained beast would rise. Somewhere behind, rumor would be poured into cups like cheap spirits. And between them walked a gentleman with clean boots and a coat that smelled faintly of medicine, regretting, perhaps too late, that night can be made to obey only so long as dawn refuses to show its face. Jonathan touched Ward's arm. "If I die tonight," he said, trying to smile, "tell them I didn't die of a ghost." "You won't," Ward said. "Not while he's walking." He tilted his head at Cole. "Not while any of us are," Cole replied without looking back. "The shadow in this valley isn't a legend. It's a man who believes the fog will hide him forever. Let's make the fog our ally for once." They moved faster, 3 lanterns swallowed by the pale breath of ashthorn, chasing the echo of a whistle that sounded at last much too close to home. The fog had grown so dense that even lanterns glowed only a foot ahead, halos swallowed by the white. Yet they followed the faint crunch of boots on gravel, always just beyond sight. Cole walked with the patience of a hunter, every step measured, his coat brushing reeds that whispered like conspirators. Jonathan clutched his lantern with knuckles white, and Ward's journal shook in his pocket as if it too wanted to write down the night's dread before it vanished. At last the path opened toward the east wing of Ashthorne Estate. The silhouette of the building loomed, jagged roofline, boarded windows, and walls mottled by damp. For years the east wing had been sealed, a relic after fire consumed its upper floor decades ago. Yet faint lamplight flickered behind one of the broken shutters. Jonathan stopped dead. "That wing has been locked since my grandfather's time," he whispered. "No one lives there." "No one legal," Cole murmured. "But beasts do not kennel themselves." As if answering him, a low growl seeped from within the ruin. It was not the full-throated howl of a hound, but a restrained, caged sound, hungry and impatient. The hairs on Ward's arms bristled. "We should wait for Harlow," Ward said. Cole shook his head. "The longer we wait, the deeper he burrows. Fear thrives on delay. Tonight it ends." They crept closer, and Cole knelt by the side door. The lock, meant to be rusted, gleamed faintly as though oiled recently. He slipped a blade between latch and wood, eased, and with a soft click the door sighed open. The smell hit them instantly, wet fur, rot, and acrid chemicals. Jonathan gagged. "Good God!" Cole motioned them inside. The corridor stretched like a throat lined with peeling wallpaper and black mold. Their lanterns revealed paw prints in the dust, large and smeared with mud, leading deeper. They followed, boots hushed on the warped boards until they reached what had once been a drawing room. It was a kennel now. Chains bolted into stone, straw scattered across the floor, barrels of meat hacked into crude chunks. Against the wall lay a beast, huge, black-furred, its muzzle strapped with a cruel iron brace. When it saw them, it surged forward, chains rattling, eyes glowing unnaturally in the lantern light. Ward realized with a jolt that a paste glistened on its fur, catching flame with a faint phosphorescent shimmer. Jonathan stumbled back. "The Hound of Ashthorne," he breathed. "No!" Cole said firmly. The hound of men. No more. No less. A whistle pierced the room. The beast froze. From the far side of the chamber, a man stepped into view. The lanterns caught him first, the fine coat, the confident stance, the face pale but calm. Dr. Felix Morgan. Ward's throat locked. Jonathan whispered, "It was you." The physician's eyes held no shame, only weariness. "Not as you think," he said softly. "Not for greed, not for cruelty, for order." Cole's jaw tightened. "Explain." Morgan lifted a hand. The hound sat, shuddering with suppressed violence. Ashthorn Valley has always been cursed, not by spirits, but by men's hunger for land, for wealth, for quarrels. Harold sought to weaponize fear, and he would have spilled blood wantonly. I steered him. I contained the legend so it would frighten, not slaughter. "You bred terror," Ward said, trembling. "You dressed murder as medicine." Morgan's voice hardened. "And yet no villager is dead by the lady's hand. They kept to their homes, their children safe. Fear was my scalpel, gentlemen. I cut away chaos with it." Jonathan's face burned. "And Eleanor, my sister, she wasted away under your care while you whispered curses to keep her quiet." Pain flickered across Morgan's features, the first human crack. "I tried to save her, I did. Harold used her fear when I was not there. By the time I realized, she..." His voice faltered. "I did not kill her, I swear it." "Swear it to the hound you chained," Cole said coldly. "Not to us." Morgan sighed. "You think you can end this by locking me away? The valley will not forget. They need the lady. Fear is discipline. Without it, there will be blood in other forms." Cole stepped forward, eyes like steel. "There will be blood if we allow men like you to walk free," the hound growled, sensing the tension. Morgan raised his whistle. "One note, Professor, and it will tear you apart before you finish your noble speech." Cole didn't flinch. "Then blow it, but know this. Every terror ends the moment it is named. You are no lady of Ashthorn. You are a physician who poisoned trust. That is what I'll tell them tomorrow." Jonathan's hand darted to the lantern. With a sudden motion, he flung it against the floor. Flame whooshed across the damp straw, startling the hound. It lunged, not at them, but in confusion, snapping at shadows. Cole seized Ward's arm, dragging him aside as the beast's chain rattled to breaking. Morgan shouted, "No! Down, beast, down!" His whistle shrieked, but the fire had unhinged the animal's control. With a sickening crack, one chain bolt tore free of the wall. "Run!" Ward yelled. They bolted through the corridor, the hound crashing behind, foam flecking from its jaws. Morgan's voice echoed, furious and desperate. "Obey me, damn you!" Another whistle blast split the air. The hound hesitated, torn between fire and command. In that heartbeat, Cole turned, drew his revolver, and fired. The shot thundered through the ruin. The beast dropped, chains dragging, a massive shape writhing once before going still. Silence fell, broken only by the hiss of flames licking straw. Morgan stood in the kennel doorway, face pale, lips trembling. "Do you know what you've done? You've killed discipline itself. The valley will eat itself alive." Cole leveled the pistol at him. "No, Doctor. We've killed the leash you wrapped around it." Harlow and 2 constables burst through the outer door, rifles raised. They froze at the scene, the burning straw, the dead beast, the physician framed in smoke. "Arrest him," Cole said. Morgan did not resist as the irons closed on his wrists. He only whispered, "They'll never thank you. They'll beg for me back when chaos takes them." Harlow's jaw clenched. "I'll see you beg at the gallows first." They dragged him into the night, past the villagers who had gathered at the gates, drawn by the smoke and gunfire. Faces pale, eyes wide, they stared as their doctor, the man who had treated their children, who had given them medicine in winter, was hauled away in chains. Rumors swelled at once. whispers lashing like waves. The lady was no ghost. The doctor was the phantom. The beast was flesh and blood. Jonathan raised his voice, trembling but strong. "Hear me. There was no curse, no lady, only lies and men who made you fear the mist so they could control you. The valley is yours again. The fog holds no spirits, only men like these who will face justice." The crowd wavered, murmurs shifting. Some looked relieved, some betrayed, others unconvinced. But the seed was planted. The lady's legend had been wounded by truth. Back in the library, Ward slumped into a chair, ink smearing his fingers as he wrote by trembling candlelight. The beast is dead. The doctor is in chains. And yet the valley still breathes fear like lungs that cannot empty. Perhaps Cole is right. Terror is harder to kill than any man. But we struck it tonight. And maybe, just maybe, that wound will heal. Cole stood at the window, gazing at the fog. "It will take years," he murmured. "Legends don't die with their makers, they rot slowly. But one day, Ashthorn will forget the lady." Jonathan closed his eyes, exhausted but alive. Then let tonight be the first day of forgetting. The arrest of Dr. Felix Morgan should have brought peace to Ashthorn Valley. But instead it birthed something darker. Fear no longer cloaked itself as legend. It stalked openly now, whispering from every corner of the estate and every narrow lane in the village. Whispers were more dangerous than fog. They had no shape, no sound of steps, yet they cut deeper than blades. Jonathan Ravencroft felt those whispers most. Whenever he entered a room, villagers lowered their voices, eyes narrowing with suspicion. To some, he was the heir who saved them from the curse. To others, he was the final link in a chain of deceit that had cost them their faith. In taverns, the lady's story still lingered. Only now it was told with a different villain. The heir knew, some muttered. The heir profited. Dr. Samuel Ward scribbled in his journal late one night, "Fear changes its mask, but never its hunger. Today it feeds on Jonathan, tomorrow it may return for us all." Professor Cole remained unshaken, though Ward noticed the man spoke less now. His thoughts buried deeper. When Jonathan confronted him by the library fire, his frustration burned brighter than the logs. "You promised me the truth would free us," Jonathan snapped. "But nothing is free, not even me. They think I knew all along, that my inheritance was built on their suffering. How do I face them?" Cole tapped his pipe against the hearth. "You face them by standing taller than the lies. But understand this, Jonathan, truth is not a torch that burns shadows instantly. It is a candle, small, fragile. Its flame must be guarded until the dark recedes." Jonathan's fists clenched. "And if the dark never recedes?" "Then we keep the candle lit," Cole said simply. The words lingered heavy, but Jonathan found no comfort in them. 2 days later, Inspector Harlow stormed into the estate, his face set with grim determination. "Morgan has escaped," he announced, and the world seemed to tilt. The parlor erupted with voices. Martha gasped, nearly dropping the tray in her hands. Victor cursed under his breath. Isabella pressed against the wall as if to vanish into it. Jonathan's jaw tightened as he demanded, "How? He was bound in irons." Harlow's voice was bitter. "A guard betrayed us, slipped him the keys, vanished with him in the night. By dawn, both were gone. We tracked them as far as the river, but there the trail dissolved." Cole's expression was unreadable. "So betrayal blooms closer than we thought. Who paid the guard? Who bought Morgan's freedom? We must assume he will return to finish what he began." Ward's pen scratched furiously. "Escape fuels the legend anew. If Morgan walks free, he carries the mask of the lady with him. Betrayal lies within our own ranks, and that makes every ally a suspect. Jonathan turned sharply to Cole. And you, did you know this would happen? You watched him too closely, spoke to him as though you admired him. Tell me plainly, Professor, and whose side are you on? For a moment, silence thickened between them. Cole finally said, calm but cold, "Suspicion is the language of fear, Jonathan. Do not speak it unless you have proof." But doubt had been seeded. That night, the household fractured further. Martha refused to serve meals in the dining hall, claiming she heard footsteps in the corridor, though no one followed. Victor sat with his back against the cellar door, sharpening a blade, muttering that he would cut Morgan's throat himself if he returned. Isabella wept quietly, refusing to explain why. Ward, sleepless, drifted through the halls until he stumbled upon Cole alone in the study. Maps, ledgers, and letters littered the table, lit by a single flickering lamp. Ward saw one envelope sealed with wax not yet opened, marked only with Jonathan's name. Cole's hand moved quickly, sliding it beneath the others, but not quickly enough. Ward's stomach turned. "You weren't going to show him," Ward whispered. Cole's eyes flicked up. "Because words, once seen, cannot be unseen. This letter is poison. It claims Jonathan's inheritance was forged in blood, that Eleanor's death was not the first arranged in this valley. To give it to him now would destroy what resolve he has left." Ward swallowed hard. "And who sent it? A villager, or someone pretending to be one? Perhaps Morgan himself. Perhaps another hand." Cole folded it into his coat. "Until I know, he must not." Ward hesitated. "But if he learns you kept it from him, then let him rage," Cole cut him off. "Better rage than despair." Jonathan's rage came sooner than expected. The next evening, as a storm lashed the valley, he burst into the study, rain in his hair, mud on his boots. "Cole!" he roared. "You lied to me." Ward froze. Jonathan slammed a crumpled paper onto the desk. It was the letter. "I found it in your coat," Jonathan spat. "You thought to protect me by hiding the truth? You thought me too weak? You are no better than Morgan, feeding me lies because you think it for my good." Cole's jaw set, but his voice remained measured. "You mistake caution for deceit. That letter could be false, designed only to break you." "Then let me decide what breaks me." Jonathan's fist struck the desk. "I will not be another pawn in your game of shadows." Ward tried to intervene. "Jonathan, please, Cole only meant—" But Jonathan cut him off. "No, enough of men meaning well while my family rots under lies. From now on, I choose what truth I hear. No more whispers behind closed doors, no more secrets." He stormed out, the door slamming like thunder. The storm outside swallowed him as he strode into the night. Ward sank into a chair, shaking. "We've lost him." Cole's face was stone. "No, we have not lost him. But betrayal cuts deepest when it is believed to be protection. And tonight, Samuel, someone ensured he would see me as betrayer." "Whoever sent that letter planned well," Ward whispered. "Then the game is larger than Morgan." Cole's eyes flickered with something unreadable. "Yes, much larger." At dawn, Jonathan returned, soaked and exhausted, but alive. He said nothing to Cole, only retreated to his chamber. Yet that night, a servant reported hearing him talking to someone unseen near the chapel ruins. Ward's journal entry shook as he wrote it. "Jonathan has begun whispering in the fog. To whom I cannot say. Perhaps to Eleanor's ghost, or perhaps to someone who listens too well. The heir himself may become the next betrayal. And beyond the estate walls, in the marsh where fog lay thickest, a lantern flickered where none should be." The valley was restless. The lady's name had not vanished with the hound's corpse, nor with Morgan's chains. Instead, it seemed to swell again, breathed back to life by the storm of betrayal. Children whispered of shadows prowling near the marsh. Farmers swore they heard a woman's voice in the mist, calling them by name. Every denial from Jonathan, every stern dismissal from Inspector Harlow, only deepened the villagers' conviction that something unseen remained. Inside the estate, silence had turned poisonous. Servants spoke only in hushed tones. Meals were taken in fragments, Jonathan eating alone, Cole pacing with unreadable thoughts, Ward trying to stitch them together in his journal as though ink could hold a family from breaking. One evening, Isabella entered the library, her face pale but determined. She clutched a slip of parchment. "This was slipped under my door," she whispered, thrusting it toward Cole. The note was brief, scrawled in jagged letters. "The heir walks in his father's shadow. The lady has no need to return, for the bloodline carries her curse." Jonathan entered at that moment, catching the words before Cole could hide them. His eyes darkened. "So even the walls themselves accuse me now?" Cole tried to steady him. "It's another attempt to divide us." But Jonathan's laugh was hollow. "Divide us? We're already divided. Every whisper is a knife, and you expect me not to bleed." He seized the parchment, crumpled it, and flung it into the fire. Yet as it burned, his hand trembled. Later that night, Ward found Jonathan alone in the chapel ruins. Rain dripped through the broken roof, pooling on the cracked altar. Jonathan stood before it, speaking low. "Eleanor," he whispered, as if summoning his sister. "If you linger here, if you see what they make of me, tell me what to do, tell me how to silence them." Ward stepped closer. "Jonathan." The heir turned, startled, his face haunted. "Samuel, you shouldn't be here." Ward's voice trembled. "Nor should you at this hour in this place. You speak as though expecting an answer." Jonathan's eyes burned. "And if I were? What if she did answer? What if all our efforts mean nothing because she is the truth they crave? Would you dismiss her as you dismiss the lady?" Ward struggled. "Eleanor is gone. If you chase her ghost, you'll find only despair." Jonathan's voice cracked. "Then despair is all I have left." He pushed past Ward and vanished into the rain. Ward's journal that night read, "The heir drifts closer to madness. If whispers of betrayal do not destroy him, his own grief will." Meanwhile, Inspector Harlow unearthed a new betrayal. In the constable barracks, he discovered ledgers with payments marked not in coin but in livestock and land. Villagers had been bribed. Someone within the valley had funded Morgan's escape, using influence rooted deep. He stormed into the estate, slamming the ledger onto the table. "This valley reeks of treachery. Morgan had help beyond a single guard. Look here. Fields exchanged, debts erased. He had allies, damn it. Allies here." Victor scowled. "Name them then. Point your finger instead of waving it." Harlow's eyes swept the room, settling at last on Martha. "The first exchange lists a farm near the southern edge. Martha, that's your cousin's land. Explain it." Martha staggered back, hand to her mouth. I knew nothing. My cousin never spoke to me of this." But suspicion rooted fast. Victor muttered darkly. Isabella sobbed. Jonathan slammed his fist against the table. "Enough!" he cried. "If you think my house breeds traitors, then arrest us all and be done with it. Otherwise, stop tearing us apart while Morgan laughs in the dark." Cole watched silently, his gaze sharp, storing every reaction. That same night, Ward woke to the sound of footsteps. He followed them down the corridor, heart pounding, until he saw Isabella near the cellar door, cloak around her shoulders. She pressed a bundle into someone's hands, a shadowed figure who vanished into the fog outside. Ward's voice cracked. "Isabella, what did you give him?" She whirled, terrified. "Samuel, please, don't tell them it wasn't what you think." "Then what was it?" he demanded. Tears streaked her face. "Medicine, only medicine. My brother, he is sick, and I cannot afford the doctor. They said if I helped carry packages, they would give me what he needs. I never knew it was for Morgan. I never knew." Ward's hands shook. "But now you do, and still you gave it." Her sobs echoed in the cellar. "If you tell Jonathan, he will cast me out. I had no choice." Ward's pen later scratched. "Betrayal wears many faces: greed, fear, desperation. How do we judge a sister who sins to save a brother?" The next day, Jonathan confronted Cole openly in front of the household. "You knew of the letters? You knew of the whispers? Perhaps you even knew of Morgan's allies. Tell me, Professor, what else do you keep from me? Perhaps the entire curse is your design to study me like one of your experiments." Cole's eyes narrowed. "Take care, Jonathan. Anger blinds faster than fog." "No!" Jonathan shouted. "It reveals! It reveals that even now I stand surrounded not by family, not by allies, but by liars. Betrayal is not outside these walls, it is here, in this very room." The others gasped, murmurs rising. For the first time, doubt spread not about Morgan, not about ghosts, but about Jonathan himself. Ward stepped forward, desperate. "Jonathan, listen!" But Jonathan's voice cut him. "No, Samuel, I will not listen to another word from men who think me too fragile for the truth. From this moment, I trust only myself." He turned and strode out, leaving silence heavy as stone. Cole exhaled smoke from his pipe, eyes unreadable. "The trap closes," he muttered. Ward asked, trembling, "Whose trap?" Cole looked at him, the faintest shadow of dread in his gaze. "That, Samuel, is what we must find before Jonathan becomes its final prize." By midnight, the whispers had changed again. No longer did they speak of the Lady of Ashthorn. They spoke of the heir. "The curse lies in his blood. He walks with ghosts. He betrayed us all." The valley no longer feared a phantom. They feared the man meant to save them. And in the marsh, where fog clung thickest, a lantern burned once more, waiting. The storm passed, but the silence it left behind was more unsettling than thunder. Ashthorn Valley seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting for betrayal's next whisper. Every villager who met Jonathan's eyes now turned away as though seeing a curse written in his face. By the third evening, Jonathan could no longer endure it. He summoned the household to the drawing room, determined to tear the veil away from secrets once and for all. "You call me cursed," he said, standing tall before the fire. "You call me heir to blood and shadows. But I tell you this, I will not carry a weight that belongs to liars. One among us serves Morgan still, feeding him strength while we tear each other apart. Tonight we end it. Tonight we find the betrayer." Victor shifted uneasily. "And if it's someone we love?" Jonathan's gaze was iron. "Then love will not save them." A hush fell. The only sound was the crackle of the fire. Cole stepped forward, calm as ever. "If we are to find betrayal, then we must first examine motive. Who benefits most from Morgan's freedom? Who thrives while others cower?" Harlow answered darkly. "The villagers profit from fear. Each tale they sell, each superstition they cling to fills their pockets and empties yours." Martha bristled. "So now all of us are guilty? My cousin's farm may have changed hands, but I knew nothing." Isabella sobbed. "And what of me? I gave medicine, yes, But only to save my brother. Jonathan turned sharply. And yet you kept it hidden from me. Lies, even for noble reasons, are still lies. Ward stepped closer to Jonathan, voice pleading. Listen to yourself. You demand truth, but you wield it like a blade. If you cut down every soul who falters, who will be left to stand with you? Jonathan's hands trembled, but his voice was steady. Then let the guilty fall, and the loyal remain. That moment, a knock rattled the door. A messenger stumbled in, drenched from the fog. In his hand he carried a small wooden box sealed with black wax. For the heir, the man gasped before fleeing into the night. Jonathan opened it. Inside lay a scrap of fabric, Eleanor's scarf, the one she wore the night she died, and with it a note. You speak of betrayal, yet you forget your own. Come to the marsh where the lady waits. Come alone, or the valley will know your blood is blacker than hers. Martha shrieked, crossing herself. Victor swore. Isabella collapsed into tears. Cole lifted the scarf carefully. They are not summoning the heir, they are taunting him. Whoever holds this scarf holds the power to unravel everything. Harlow clenched his jaw. It's Morgan. It must be. Who else gains by tearing us apart? But Ward shook his head. No, this is too precise, too intimate. This is someone who knows the wound beneath Jonathan's armor. Jonathan's eyes burned with fury. Enough riddles. I will meet them. I will face this betrayal myself. Cole stepped into his path. You walk into a snare. Then let it snap, Jonathan retorted. Better to face it and die than to rot slowly in whispers. That night, Jonathan strode into the marsh with only a lantern. Ward and Cole followed at a distance against his orders. The fog was thick, curling like smoke, and every step sank into the mire. From the mist came a voice, low, mocking, familiar. You came, heir of Ashthorn. You came just as she did. Jonathan raised the lantern. Show yourself. The fog parted, and there stood Morgan, his coat ragged, his chains broken, but his smile was sharp. Beside him stood another figure, hooded, silent. Jonathan's voice was thunder. Who stands with you? The hood fell back. It was Isabella. Ward gasped, stumbling forward. No, it cannot be. Isabella's face was streaked with tears, but her eyes were steel. Yes, Samuel, it can. You all spoke of betrayal, yet none saw me standing in plain sight. I carried his words, his promises, because they were the only truth I was ever given. While you fed Jonathan lies, Morgan gave me hope. Jonathan's hands shook. Hope? He killed Eleanor. He tried to kill me. That is the man you serve? Isabella's voice cracked. Eleanor died because she would not listen, because she believed herself untouchable, but you... Her gaze hardened. You may yet listen. Join us, Jonathan. Walk away from Cole's riddles, Ward's scribbles, Harlow's chains. Take back your family's power with us. Morgan stepped closer, voice oily. She speaks true. You are not heir to shadows. You are heir to strength. The valley fears you. Let them. Fear is the purest crown. Jonathan's face was pale fire. You think I would betray my sister's grave? You think I would kneel to the man who haunts her memory? Never. Isabella's voice broke. Then you leave me no choice. She raised a dagger, its edge gleaming in the lantern's glow. Cole's voice rang out from the mist. Enough! He stepped forward, Ward stumbling beside him. The play is over, Morgan. You hide behind a girl's grief, but your game ends here. Morgan laughed. Still the scholar, Cole. Always watching, never bleeding. Shall we test that theory? He lunged forward, blade flashing. Chaos erupted. Jonathan shoved Isabella aside, grappling with Morgan in the mud. Ward rushed to her, trying to wrench the dagger from her hands. Cole fired a pistol into the air, the sound cracking across the valley. For a moment, it seemed the fog itself screamed. When silence returned, Morgan lay bleeding, clutching his side. Jonathan stood over him, breath ragged. Isabella sobbed, the dagger fallen from her grasp. Cole knelt, cold eyes on Morgan. "Your whispers end tonight." Morgan coughed blood but smiled. "Do they? Or have I sown enough seeds that you will never root them out? Even if I die, betrayal lives on. You cannot silence what breeds in hearts." With one last breath, his chest stilled. Jonathan stared down at the corpse, face unreadable. "Then I will silence it, all of it, until no whisper dares remain." Cole's gaze flickered to him, sharp, calculating. Ward wrote later, "We sought the betrayer and found her in our midst, yet even with Morgan dead, the valley does not sleep. For betrayal is not slain with one man's breath, it coils in shadows still. And Jonathan, he has begun to sound less like heir and more like hunter." That night the villagers heard no weeping lady in the fog. Instead they whispered of another figure, a lantern moving through the marsh carried by a man who walked where no ghost dared linger. And with every whisper, the valley's fear grew. The marsh was still when dawn crept across Ashthorn Valley, but within the estate nothing felt still. Morgan's body lay buried beneath a shallow grave marked only by stones. Isabella remained locked away in the east wing, her sobs echoing through the halls. Yet for Jonathan Ravencroft, grief had hardened into something sharper, resolve, edged with fire. He stood at the high window of the drawing room, staring across the mist that blanketed the valley. His reflection in the glass seemed a stranger, eyes bloodshot, shoulders taut, jaw set like iron. "They whisper that I am cursed," he murmured. "Then let them. I will show them a curse to fear." Cole entered quietly, pipe smoke curling behind him. "The valley trembles already. You would have it tremble more." Jonathan's gaze did not move from the mist. "They fear what they don't understand. Then perhaps I should become what they fear. If betrayal breeds in shadows, I will walk into those shadows myself." Cole studied him, unreadable. A dangerous creed, one step closer to the very madness Morgan wished to ignite. Jonathan turned sharply. "Madness or clarity? You speak of riddles, Cole, but riddles never stopped Eleanor's death. Riddles never silenced whispers. The valley bleeds while you watch with clever eyes. I will act." Ward, who had been lingering near the door, flinched at Jonathan's words. His journal pages were already filled with lines that trembled between admiration and dread. "He no longer speaks as heir," Ward wrote later. "He speaks as judge, perhaps executioner. Is this strength or ruin?" That evening, Jonathan summoned the household. They gathered reluctantly, Martha wringing her hands, Victor muttering under his breath. Isabella dragged in by guards with chains on her wrists. Even Harlow stood at the edge, arms crossed, suspicion etched on his face. Jonathan's voice was low but carried through the chamber. "The Lady of Ashthorn was never more than smoke. Morgan proved that. But smoke still kills if you breathe it long enough. From this night we will breathe smoke no longer. Any who whisper, any who betray will be found by my hand." Gasps rippled across the room. Isabella whispered through tears, "And if the betrayer is your own blood, Jonathan, will you raise your hand against family?" Jonathan's eyes glinted cold. "If blood betrays me, then blood has already severed itself. I will not weep for it." Victor spat on the ground. "This is not justice, this is tyranny." Jonathan stepped toward him, and for a heartbeat, Victor shrank back. Call it what you will, but betrayal ends here, and it ends by my word. Cole's pipe smoke curled in silence, but his eyes studied Jonathan like a puzzle he no longer recognized. Later that night, Ward found Jonathan in the stables saddling a horse. You mean to ride alone into the marsh? Ward asked, voice unsteady. Jonathan tightened the strap. Not ride, hunt. Someone still carries Morgan's torch. Someone still spreads his poison. I will root them out before dawn. Ward tried to block him. This isn't the way. You can't become the fear you fight. If you do, you'll lose what little remains of yourself. Jonathan paused, then placed a hand on Ward's shoulder. His touch was firm, almost gentle. Samuel, you are loyal. That is why you cannot follow. You still see light where none remains. Stay here. Keep record of what must be remembered. If I fail, let them know I hunted for them. Ward's eyes stung, but words failed him. He could only watch as Jonathan rode into the fog, lantern swinging, the echo of hooves fading into silence. The valley was a labyrinth of mist that night. Jonathan moved like a shadow himself, every step of his horse muffled by damp ground. His lantern cut faint circles of light, but it was his ears that guided him, every rustle, every whisper in the reeds. Where are you? He muttered into the fog. Show me your face, traitor. A sound answered. Laughter, faint and bitter, drifting through the marsh. Jonathan stiffened, raising his pistol. Jonathan Ravencroft, the voice taunted. Hunter of phantoms, do you think the fog bends to your will? Jonathan's jaw tightened. Morgan is dead. His schemes die with him. The laughter deepened. Do they? Or did Morgan plant seeds too deep to be dug out with bullets? Seeds that sprout in those you trust most? From the mist emerged a figure cloaked in black. Jonathan fired without hesitation, but the bullet struck only water. The figure dissolved, laughter echoing still. Jonathan's hand trembled on the pistol. For the first time, he wondered if the whispers were no longer only voices in the valley, but voices in his own mind. Back at the estate, Cole and Ward argued in the library. You let him go? Cole snapped, pacing furiously. Ward's voice cracked. How could I stop him? He would not listen. He is unraveling, Cole. The air we swore to protect is vanishing before our eyes. Cole exhaled sharply, gripping the mantle. Perhaps he was never air, only vessel. Vessel for grief, for rage, for the curse that others wove around him. Morgan merely lit the fire already waiting. Ward slammed his journal shut. Then what do we do? Let him become the very thing we feared? Cole's eyes narrowed, smoke rising once more from his pipe. No. We watch. We follow the hunter through the fog. And when the hunter forgets he is a man, we remind him. Or we put him down. Ward recoiled. You speak of him as though he is the beast now. Cole's silence was answer enough. Jonathan returned near dawn, face pale, lantern extinguished. He said nothing as he dismounted, nothing as he passed the others in the corridor. Only when he reached the chapel ruins did he stop. He knelt before the cracked altar, pressing Eleanor's scarf to his face. His voice was hoarse, raw. Sister, they think me cursed. Perhaps they are right. But if curse I must be, then I will be curse against those who betray us. Guide me, Eleanor. Tell me I do not hunt in vain. For a heartbeat, the silence seemed to answer. A whisper, faint as breath, coiled through the broken stone. Hunter. Or hunted. Jonathan froze, lantern slipping from his grip. By the time the sun rose, the valley no longer spoke of the Lady of Ashthorn. They spoke of something new, a figure in the fog, a hunter with eyes like fire, and some whispered with trembling lips that perhaps the curse had not ended with Morgan after all. Perhaps it had only changed hands. The day after Jonathan rode into the fog as a hunter, Ashthorn woke to a rumor wearing his face. Children pointed at the marsh and whispered about a lantern that moved like a wandering star. In the market lane, women clutched baskets and said the air had gone mad, that he spoke to ghosts and walked where the earth swallowed men whole. By noon, the rumor had teeth. Someone swore they'd seen Jonathan kneeling at the chapel ruins talking to a voice that did not answer. Ward found him in the dining hall, untouched bread on a plate, eyes rimmed red. "You need sleep," he said softly, "and someone to stand beside you when the valley stares." Jonathan gave a humorless smile. "They don't stare, Samuel. They avert their eyes as if I might curse them by looking back." "Then let me be the fool who looks," Ward said. "Let me be obvious. I would rather be shunned beside you than safe in a house of whispers." Jonathan's jaw loosened, a flicker of gratitude passing through the steel. "You should have been born my brother." Before Ward could answer, Inspector Harlow strode in, rain on his coat, urgency in his voice. "Out!" he barked to the servants, then turned to Cole and Jonathan. "There's a body in the marsh." Cole's pipe paused halfway to his mouth. "Who?" "Leonard Vexley," Harlow said. "Or what's left of him." The marsh chewed sound into wet threads, but the suck of boots and the clatter of poles carried as they waded to the place where reeds bent like bowed heads. Leonard lay half in water, half on mud, throat torn, chest marked by savage slashes that looked like claws. Someone had draped a strip of white cloth over his eyes, theatric as a curtain. Martha choked back a sob when she saw. Victor swore, then fell silent like a man who knows there is no curse to shout at. Harlow squatted beside the body, jaw tight. "Looks like the beast again." Cole's gaze sharpened. "Looks like." He touched one of the claw marks with a gloved finger, then examined the torn edge of Leonard's sleeve. "These cuts are too clean for a wild strike. See the parallel spacing? A tool, 3 prongs evenly set. A rake or a fabricated claw." He lifted Leonard's hand. "And here, blue thread caught under the nail." Ward leaned close. "Blue thread, like the bundles at the inn." "Exactly." Cole looked to Harlow. "This is theater. Leonard was murdered and dressed in terror." Jonathan's voice was low. "To frame me?" Cole stood, eyes on the strip of white cloth. "To frame all of us who deny the ghost and to warn anyone who might speak. They kill the most frightened first, because the brave will ruin their stage." The innkeeper, Mr. Hollins, appeared at the edge of the reeds, cap in hand, face gray. "I came as soon as I heard," he said. "Not to gawk, to admit something." He swallowed. "The man with the bundles, the one who paid in blue thread. He told me to say I'd seen the air out here at night. Told me to repeat it until it sounded older than rain." "Name him," Harlow said flatly. Holland's eyes flicked away. "I never saw his face true on. But he walked like he owned ground that wasn't his. And when he brushed past, he left a smell like fine cigar and law papers, that legal ink scent." Cole's eyes thinned. "The magistrate's house smells like that, or a family solicitor's." Hollins flinched. "I never said—" "You didn't need to," Cole said. "You've said enough." They carried Leonard back beneath a tarpaulin. Victor walked beside the stretcher like a guard at a king's funeral, muttering apologies to a man he had fed in secret. Martha wept, not loud, not theatrical. Small, embarrassing sobs that sounded like guilt being wrung. Back at the estate, Isabella sent word from her guarded room. She wanted to speak to Ward alone. Cole nodded once, Harlow posted a man at the door and let Ward in. Isabella stood at the window, chains at her wrists, a thin shawl drawn tight. She did not look at him when she spoke. "I am beyond forgiveness," she said. "But I can still tell truth, and truth is the only coin you accept." "What truth?" Ward asked gently. She held out a key, old brass polished by years of fingers. "Morgan met a man at the old mill. He called him benefactor and shield. They exchanged parcels beneath the wheel's shadow. Morgan hid their letters under a loose plank by the hearth. He thought me ignorant. He was wrong." Ward took the key, fingers brushing hers. "Why tell me, not Cole?" "Because you still believe people can be redeemed," she said, finally turning. Her eyes were exhausted but clear. "Use the key. Don't let Jonathan hang his heart on anger until there's nothing left of him." Ward swallowed. "And you?" She lowered her gaze. "I chose poorly and too often. That is punishment enough." Ward and Cole reached the mill by dusk. Fog knotted low over the stream. The wheel turned slow, water slapping in a tired rhythm. Inside, dust lay thick on sacks and shutters, but near the hearth the ash had been recently disturbed. Ward pried up a warped plank. Beneath lay oilcloth, letters tied with blue thread, and a small ledger bound in leather. Cole untied the roll, eyes glittering as he scanned. Payments to Hollins, to a guard, to a drayman, to a seamstress for white gowns, and here, retainer, estate council, A.V. He tapped the initials with a fingernail. "Alistair Vale." "Jonathan's solicitor," Ward whispered. "Jonathan's leash," Cole corrected softly. They didn't have time to close the plank before a voice came cool from the doorway. "Trespass is unbecoming, Professor." Alistair Vale strolled in as if stepping onto a balcony at a gala. His coat fit like a verdict, his gloves the exact cream of paper. He did not look at the ledger in Cole's hand. He didn't need to. "I wondered who would find the mill first." "You wondered?" Cole asked. "It was your chosen archive." Vale smiled. "I like symmetry. The river erases ash washes, very efficient." Ward stepped forward, anger trembling into his voice. "Leonard Vexley is dead, stripped for your theater." "A convict met a convict's end," Vale said mildly. "Tragic in detail, useful in fact." "You paid Morgan," Cole said, "protected him. And when he got sloppy, you paid to free him. Why?" "Because Jonathan Ravencroft is not ready for an estate of this size," Vale said, as if discussing weather. "He is fragile, emotional, soft. He listens to physicians and scribblers. What he needs is structure, a guardian. The law anticipated such weakness. It provides for trusteeship if an heir proves unfit." Ward stared. "You tried to drive him mad." "I tried to make his madness evident," Vale corrected. "There is a difference. The valley already feared the lady. I repurposed an existing faith. Some investments require only a gentle prod." Cole glanced at the ledger. "And Harold? A blunt instrument for your fine plan." "Every orchestra needs percussion," Vale said lightly. "I paid him to bludgeon confidence. Carter provided the wind section, Hollins the chorus. Dr. Morgan, well, he fancied himself conductor. He overplayed. A shame. He, too, could not see the value in order." Ward's fists clenched. "Order? You call this order?" "I call it governance," Vale replied. "The valley prospered under fear. Crime fell. Debts were paid on time. Children stayed in after dark. Fear, used judiciously as civic good." "And who profits?" Cole asked softly. "Everyone," Vale said. Then after a beat, "And me." Silence hummed, interrupted only by the wheel's splash. Cole slipped the ledger into his coat with unhurried grace. "You've given me more than enough." Vale's brows lifted. You think paper will stop me? Paper and light, Cole said, and a stage of my own. Vale's smile stayed. You are clever, Professor, but not ruthless. That is your limitation. It is not mine. He stepped back into the fog, unhurried, and vanished as if the river drank him. Ward lunged to the door, but Cole's hand caught his sleeve. No chase, Cole said, not yet. We do not tackle a man like Vale in a mill. We try him in a room full of the frightened and let his pride hang him. They returned to the estate as the bells of the church called a meeting Vale himself had arranged for the safety of Ashthorne. The hall filled with villagers, faces tight with suspicion. Vale stood on the dais with Harlow to one side and Jonathan to the other, a triangle drawn in ash and law. Friends, Vale began, voice perfectly pitched. The lady is gone, but danger remains. Our heir is unwell. A murmur rippled, ugly and eager. Jonathan stiffened. Say what you mean. I mean, Vale replied, that grief has unseated reason. You roam at night. You speak to graves. A man died in the marsh. Is it not time to place the estate in a trustee's hands until your mind clears? Gasps, nods, a hiss of agreement. Harlow's mouth hardened, but he stayed silent. Law was Vale's weapon as much as fear. Cole stepped forward, calm as a blade on velvet. Before you anoint a guardian, perhaps hear a different music. He held up the ledger. Payments. Blue thread, a horn for weeping, oil to make lantern flames dance, gowns sewn to glow, coin to a guard, coin to a tavern, coin to a doctor, coin to a murderer, and here, retainers to A.V. Vale did not flinch. Forgery. Cole handed the ledger to Harlow. Then arrest me for forging proof. Harlow flipped pages, jaw tightening with each line. Hollins blanched at the sight of his own scribbled receipts. A woman in the second row whispered, I stitched a white dress like that. He said it was for a wedding. Another man muttered, he paid me to carry a parcel to the chapel. Said it was church business. Whispers, different ones now, spread like fire. Vale's smile dulled to a blade. You think to turn a mob, Professor? Mobs are weather. I am architecture. Jonathan stepped closer, voice steady for the first time in days. Architecture crumbles if you pull the right stone. Vale regarded him as one might a spirited dog. You are the wrong stone, Mr. Ravencroft. No, Jonathan said. I am the stone you tripped on. The hall trembled, not physically but in will, as villagers' eyes shifted from Vale to Jonathan to Harlow to Cole and back to the ledger that made their nightmares suddenly practical. Ink and coin, not specters. Vale's chin lifted a fraction. I will have my hearing in court. You will, Harlow said, voice iron. He nodded to two constables. But first, you'll have a cell. Vale did not fight. He merely looked at Cole with mild curiosity. How will you keep them quiet when I am gone? He asked softly. Fear is a bell. You've trained them to listen for it. They will miss its ring. Cole's reply was a whisper meant only for Ward. Then we teach them silence. That night, someone hurled a stone through the estate's window with a note tied to it. Trusteeship or ruin. Jonathan picked it up, read it once, and fed it to the fire. No more letters, he said. No more middlemen. Ward wrote by candlelight. We uncovered the architecture behind our haunting. A solicitor with clean boots and a clean conscience, convinced terror is civic virtue. The valley gasps at its reflection and does not know which face is worse. The ghost that never was, or the men who built it. Jonathan stands straighter, but I fear the straightness is iron rather than bone. Cole holds a ledger, Vale holds a philosophy, Harlow holds the keys, and I hold a pen that cannot decide whether to be a torch or a knife. Near dawn, a cry rose from the yard. The guard outside Isabella's door lay slumped, breathing shallow, a sweet chemical smell in the air. The lock hung open. Chains lay on the floor. Jonathan arrived first, lantern high. Isabella? Her room was empty. On the sill lay Eleanor's scarf, neatly folded. Cole stared at it as if listening. "Whose hunting ground is the fog now?" he murmured. No one answered. Outside, Ashthorne breathed, a long, slow inhalation, as if the valley itself prepared to hold its breath for something that would either save it or drown it. The valley had not slept since Isabella vanished. The bells of Ashthorne tolled twice in the night, not for mass, but as warning. The chains of the east wing lay broken, and the last Ravencroft woman had fled into the fog. Jonathan stood in the courtyard, lantern casting long shadows, voice hard enough to crack stone. "Search every lane, every marsh path. She will not outrun this family again." Harlow set a firm hand on his shoulder. "She may be victim, Jonathan. Vale had reach. Perhaps she was taken." Jonathan shook him off. "Chains do not fall by themselves. A scarf does not fold itself neatly on a sill. She left willingly." Ward hesitated, clutching his journal. "And yet, she left your sister's scarf behind. Why? To taunt you? To beg you follow?" Jonathan's jaw clenched. "Both. She wants me in the fog." Cole exhaled smoke through his nose. "Then the question becomes, does she lure you or warn you?" Jonathan's eyes burned. "I no longer care. She is blood, and blood will not vanish into mist without my word." He mounted his horse, lantern swinging. This time no one tried to stop him. The marsh swallowed sound as always, but tonight it seemed alive, breathing, whispering. Jonathan rode deeper, calling Isabella's name into the mist. The lantern's flame hissed against damp air. "Jonathan!" The voice floated, faint, familiar. He reined hard. "Isabella!" The reeds parted. A figure stood there, white gown glowing faintly in the mist. Her chains hung loose at her wrists, trailing like ornaments. "Brother," she whispered, "you hunt me as if I were beast." Jonathan slid from the saddle, pistol raised, though his hand trembled. "Why run?" "Because," she said softly, "I am both bait and snare. Vale made me his promise long ago. He gave me coin. He gave me reason. He gave me what you would not." Jonathan's voice cracked. "What I would not. I gave you house, name, protection. You gave me suspicion," she answered. "You gave me shadows. Vale gave me power." Jonathan's breath hitched. "You helped him build the haunting." Isabella smiled faintly. "I was the haunting, Jonathan. They all saw my face behind the veil. A gown, a lantern, a whisper, so simple. They feared the lady reborn, and I was glad to let them." Jonathan staggered back, lantern shaking. "You—" "Yes," she said, voice sharp now. "Yes, I made them believe. Morgan raged, but I directed. Vale counted coins, but I counted hearts. The valley bowed to terror I gave them. Do you understand now? You are not hunter. You are prey to my design." Back at the estate, Cole studied the ledger by firelight. His lips moved without sound, piecing threads together. Ward leaned over, pale. "If Isabella was part of it, if she wore the gown, then she holds the key to every murder." Cole's pipe smoke curled into the rafters. "Not every murder. Vale ordered Leonard's staging. Harold broke Carter's bones. Isabella was theater, yes, but she was not executioner." "Then who?" Ward pressed. "The beast with claws," Cole murmured. "Not phantom, not dog, a man, perhaps still out there, teeth bared, waiting." Ward swallowed. "And Jonathan is riding straight toward him." Cole nodded slowly. "Which is why we follow." Jonathan stumbled after Isabella deeper into the bog. His boots sank into mud that clutched like hands. His lantern dimmed with every gust. "Why tell me now?" he demanded. "Why not vanish with your secret?" "Because you needed truth to destroy yourself," Isabella answered coldly. "I wanted to watch. The air collapsing under betrayal. That is theater finer than any gown." "You call yourself sister." His voice was hollow. "You are no sister of mine." A sound answered. Not her voice, but a growl, low and wet. The reeds shook. Jonathan spun, pistol ready. From the fog leapt a figure, massive, cloaked, steel claws strapped to his hands. The lantern flared on a face Jonathan recognized too late. "Victor!" the groundskeeper roared, slashing. Jonathan fired. The bullet grazed shoulder. Victor struck, claws tearing Jonathan's coat. "You fed me," Jonathan gasped. "You stood loyal." Victor bared teeth. "Loyal to coin. Vale's coin. Your family never fed me. Vale promised land, promised name. I was beast because you kept me dog." Jonathan fought, pistol empty, lantern swinging like a weapon. Victor lunged again, claws ripping air. Isabella stood back, watching with icy fascination. Meanwhile, Cole and Ward plunged into the fog with Harlow and 2 constables. They heard gunfire, then the clash of iron on stone. Cole's pipe fell from his mouth. "This way!" They burst through reeds to find Jonathan grappling with Victor, mud and blood painting both. Isabella stood on a rise, veil torn, face white in lantern glow. Cole shouted, "Jonathan, down!" Harlow raised rifle, fired. Victor staggered, blood spraying. He howled, one clawed hand tearing air before collapsing into the mire. Silence, save for Jonathan's ragged breaths. He rose slowly, mud dripping, pistol useless in his hand. He looked at Isabella with eyes colder than night. "You fed terror into our house," he whispered. "And you call yourself sister." She lifted her chin. "I did what you never could. I ruled through fear." Jonathan stepped toward her. Cole caught his arm. "Not like this. Let the law take her. Don't finish Vale's work by losing yourself." Jonathan shook him off, voice trembling but loud. "The law? The law is Vale. The law is ink that smears when it rains. Only blood endures." Isabella smiled, broken and proud. "Then spill it." Ward's voice cracked, desperate. "Jonathan, please. If you kill her, you kill what remains of yourself. Don't let her be your ruin." Jonathan's pistol trembled. The fog pressed close, waiting, watching. For a moment, all Ashthorne seemed to hold breath. At dawn, villagers gathered outside the estate, rumors flying. Victor the beast was dead, Isabella the lady returned, Vale the puppeteer exposed. Some claimed they'd seen Jonathan himself rise from the marsh, face streaked with mud, eyes like fire, carrying the body of his sister in his arms. Others swore she still lived, locked in the crypt below the chapel. Inside, Ward wrote by shaking candlelight, "The fog has lifted, yet not entirely. We unmasked the lady, unmasked the beast, unmasked the law. But in stripping each mask, we may have forged a new one, the hunter who stares too long into shadow." Jonathan walks the halls like revenant. The valley cheers him as savior, but whispers fear he is curse reborn. Perhaps both truths are one. Perhaps the haunting is not gone at all, but merely forgotten until the fog returns. The fog had thinned with dawn, but Ashthorne did not breathe easier. If anything, but daylight made its wounds more visible. Windows shattered, doors bolted, whispers on every lane. Children were kept inside. Men walked with lanterns, even under the pale sun, as if afraid the daylight itself might dissolve. Jonathan stood in the chapel ruins, coat streaked with mud, pistol heavy in his pocket. He had carried Isabella's body back at first light, silent, unflinching. But when they laid her on the stone table, the physician stammered. "She is not dead," the old doctor whispered. "Her pulse is faint but present." Jonathan had not spoken then. He only nodded once, then left her to chains again. Ward followed him out. "You did not kill her," he said, almost pleading. "That means you still have hold of yourself." Jonathan's reply was hollow. "Or it means I failed." Cole appeared behind them, pipe unlit for once. "Failure keeps men human, Jonathan. Victory makes them monsters." Vale knew this. That is why he prefers victory at any cost. Jonathan turned, eyes dark. "Vale is caged." Cole tapped his coat where the ledger sat. "Men like Vale are never caged. They leave pieces of themselves in every pocket of law and fear. Even bound, he speaks through coin." Ward swallowed. "Then what do we do?" Cole exhaled as if he carried centuries. "We read." By candlelight that night, they opened the ledger fully. Pages upon pages of entries written in Vale's hand. Payments, promises, notes coded with initials. Some entries were obvious. Wages to Hollins, gifts to Morgan. But others were cryptic, symbols and fragments. CL, night chorus, confirm gulls. Or VW, lantern tide, 3 gowns. Ward frowned. "This is not a count, it's playbill. Roles, cues, direction." "Exactly," Cole murmured. The valley was his theater. Every man and woman who touched his coin played a part, and those who refused. He tapped the line marked with a cross. "Removed." Jonathan's fist tightened. "Leonard, Carter, even Victor, removed once usefulness ended." Cole's eyes narrowed at one page darker than the rest. "Here. HR, Hunter's record. Deliver before equinox." Ward leaned close. "HR, Hunter's Ravencroft." Jonathan's jaw clenched. "He kept a record of me." Cole closed the book slowly. "Then we find it." But Ashthorne did not sleep quietly. That same night, a scream cut the marsh. Harlow led men with lanterns, finding not a corpse but symbols burned into the chapel door. Crude runes, circles within circles, as if some pagan rite had clawed its way from the mud. Villagers gathered, muttering prayers. "The lady walks again," one whispered. The beast was only her shadow. Cole crouched near the carvings. The wood smelled not of fire but of chemicals. He touched one mark, rubbed fingers together, sniffed. "Phosphorus," he said. "Paint that burns cold, glows long." Ward's stomach knotted. "So still. Man-made." "Always," Cole said softly. "But the valley prefers ghosts." Jonathan stood apart, lantern casting his face in uneven glow. "Let them," he said. "Fear bends them quicker than reason, and fear will tell us who still serves Vale." The following evening, the villagers assembled in the tavern, restless, hungry for answers. Harlow tried to calm them, but each word drowned under superstition. "The lady cursed us again. The air is marked. The solicitor's prison cannot hold ink that already bled." Jonathan entered, silence snapping like a whip. All eyes fixed on him. He moved to the center, lantern in hand, coat dark as a mourner's shroud. "You whisper about curses," he said, voice steady but low. "But curses do not carve doors. Curses do not hire men. Curses do not pay in coin and thread. Flesh and blood men do. One of you lit those symbols." The crowd shifted uneasily. A woman cried, "You speak as Vale spoke, denying the lady." Jonathan's eyes burned. "The lady is dead. My sister wore her face. What you fear now is not phantom but neighbor. Ask yourselves who profits when you quake." Murmurs surged, angry, frightened. Harlow raised his hand. "Enough!" But the crowd had tasted suspicion and would not spit it out. Their eyes darted one to another, searching for betrayers. Ward leaned close to Cole, whispering, "You said fear bends them. Now it breaks them." Cole's jaw tightened, which is exactly what Vale wanted. That night, as the tavern's echoes still lingered, Cole found another clue. In the ledger's back pocket was a folded page, different parchment, edges stained with wax. It bore only one line. "When the hunter sees himself, the theater ends." Ward stared at the line. "What does it mean?" Cole's voice was grave. "It means the final act is not ours to write. Vale scripted even Jonathan's fall." Jonathan entered then, lantern at his side, face pale from sleeplessness. "Then let us burn his script," he said. "Find this record of me, before it finds me first." By the third night, the valley felt ready to burst. Reports of apparitions multiplied, white figures seen near the mill, screams by the river, shadows flitting across windows. Harlow's men chased every rumor but found nothing tangible. Cole muttered to Ward, "The theater continues without its director. Either Vale's strings are longer than we thought, or another hand has taken them." Ward's hand trembled as he wrote in his journal, "The haunting spreads, and yet every footprint we chase is human, and still. When I hear the cries in fog, when I see the pale figure in lantern glow, my blood chills. Because though reason tells me man, my marrow whispers ghost. Perhaps that is Vale's truest victory, not that he built fear, but that he planted it in us so deep we cannot dig it out." And still, Jonathan hunted. Every night, lantern swinging, boots caked in mud, he stalked the marsh like the very beast they once feared. Villagers began to speak of him in hushed tones, not as heir, but as revenant. Some bowed when he passed, others barred their doors. Cole watched him one night from the estate balcony. Ward joined him, worry etched into his young face. "He's becoming what they believe," Cole's voice was soft, "or what Vale wrote." The fog returned that night like a vow, rolling over Ashthorne's roofs and hedges until even the church bell sounded muffled, as if rung underwater. Ward watched it from the library window, the ledger open on the table behind him. Candles guttering as though afraid to hold a steady flame. Somewhere in the house, a floorboard creaked and did not creak again. "Don't stare too long," Cole said from the chair by the hearth. "The valley stares back." Ward turned. "You think I'm losing reason?" "I think you're listening too closely," Cole replied. "Vale trained this place to speak." A knock rattled the door. Martha slipped in with a tray and eyes that didn't quite look at anyone. "For you," she murmured and set a tin cup beside the ledger. As she turned to go, Ward saw the tremor in her hand. "Martha," he said gently, "you're not sleeping." "No one is," she replied, and for a heartbeat her voice wavered. "When I close my eyes, I hear her in the hall. Not the lady, the little one. A music box playing that tune she liked." Her mouth pinched, embarrassed. "And then I think, perhaps it's only the wind. Perhaps I'm the sort who hears the wind and calls it grief. The wind is crueler than ghosts," Cole said quietly. "Keep the doors locked. If you hear the lullaby again, wake us." She hesitated. "The lullaby comes from above." "From the nursery?" Ward asked. "From the vents," she said, and then she fled before they could answer. They found Jonathan in the corridor, a lantern in his fist and a look in his eyes that made Ward's mouth dry. "You hear it too?" Jonathan asked without preamble. "Hear what?" Ward said, though he already knew. "The box," Jonathan said. "It starts when the fog thickens. It stops when I reach the door." His knuckles whitened on the lantern's handle. Someone wants me to believe she still walks these halls. Or someone wants you to never walk them without doubt, Cole said. Take me to the vents. They climbed to the nursery. Dust lay over the crib like an abandoned blessing. Cole knelt by the wall grate, loosened 2 screws and slid the iron face aside. A faint chemical sweetness drifted out, camphor and something sharper. Ward's stomach turned. Phosphorus? Cole's fingers searched the duct, and then he drew back a small tin cylinder wrapped in cotton. Inside, a clockwork key and a sliver of metal reed gleamed. Set it far enough down the vent and the sound will travel like a ghost, he said. He held the cotton to the candle. It flared cold and pale. And dust the cotton and vent with powder so the glow breathes from the grate. Jonathan lifted the cylinder, looking like a man holding a bone. How many of these are hidden in my house? As many as they could carry, Cole said. Enough to turn every draft into a voice. A cry rose in the distance, real this time, human, ragged. Harlow's boots thundered up the stair. Fire at the mill, he barked. Half the town's there, someone's burning it, probably your evidence with it. They ran. The fog reddened with reflection before they reached the river. The mill's wheel turned through scorching steam, flames licking old timber like tongues. Villagers formed a line, passing buckets, shouting until their throats tore. Holland's hair singed at the edges, pointed at the upper window. Saw a figure with a lamp, he coughed. Dropped it and ran. Which direction? Harlow shouted. Toward the hedgerow, toward the magistrate's road. Cole's hand steadied Ward's shoulder. He's destroying the archive he didn't expect us to find. Vale's in a cell, Ward said. Cells have keys, Cole replied, and then he was inside the burning mill with a wet cloth over his mouth. Ward followed blindly, heat slapping his skin. Under the hearth's warped plank, smoke bulged like a living thing. Cole reached in, hauled out a bundle, and shoved it into Ward's arms. Go! They stumbled into cold air with the oilcloth steaming. Harlow yanked it open, revealing singed edges and damp pages. Letters, smeared but legible enough. Payments, signals, sketches of the chapel yard with notes like, place horn here. Walker stands here, light to reflect on fog, and at the bottom, half charred but intact, a single folded sheet labeled in Vale's precise hand. H.R. Hunter's record. Jonathan's breath caught. Read it. Cole unfolded the sheet. The first line cut harder than any shout. A study of the heir's descent, how to bend fear until he wears it as armor. Ward felt the ground sway. Jonathan didn't blink. Keep reading. Phase 1. Isolate, whispers, letters, staged sightings in moonlight. Phase 2. Divide. Turn protectors into censors, withhold truths. Feed rage. Phase 3. Crown. Make the heir the hunter, give the valley a new ghost to bow to. Cole's eyes moved quickly. Finale. When the hunter sees himself, the theater ends. Deliver before equinox. That's what we found in the ledger, Ward whispered, the same line. Jonathan reached for the page. The corner crumbled in his fingers like ash. Where's the rest? Harlow demanded. Record means more than a page. Destroyed, Cole said, watching embers drift from the mill roof like dying stars. Or moved. A woman cried out by the riverbank. Ward turned. A child stood pointing at the reeds. White lady, he cried. She went that way. The villagers surged as one beast, fear turning their feet. Harlow swore. Cole folded the page into his coat. We keep them here, he said. If they chase shadows, the architect escapes. Architect is caged, Harlow grunted. Cole looked toward the magistrate's road. Is he? They returned to the estate at dawn with the bundle of soaked pages and lungs that tasted like smoke. Martha waited at the door, cheeks wet, hands ink-stained. "Forgive me," she blurted. "I burned nothing, I cleaned." She held up a rag black with soot. "I thought perhaps the house would be lighter if the vents were clean." "Your hands are honest," Cole said, and she exhaled as if someone had reached into her chest and released a knot. Jonathan vanished into the chapel without a word. Ward went after him and found him kneeling beside the stone slab where Isabella had lain, chains refastened, breath shallow but visible. She stared at the ceiling as if counting cracks. "Why?" Jonathan said, his voice so quiet Ward almost didn't hear. "Why let them turn you into this?" Isabella's eyes slid toward him. "Because fear loves the face it knows. They wanted the lady? I gave them the lady. They wanted you a curse? Vale wrote you one. You could have told me," he whispered. "I did," she said. "You called it betrayal." Jonathan's hand trembled on the edge of the stone. "What would you have me do now?" Isabella's mouth curved. "Stop asking what to do. Ask who to be." Ward felt those words rattle in his bones long after he left the chapel. He found Cole with Harlow in the library, sifting the surviving pages. Harlow pointed at a note in Vale's hand. "Deliver voice through tower vents." Another, "Camphor masks the stink." A third, "Clawrig, Victor's payment in timber nails." "Victor," Harlow muttered. "Dog one day, beast the next." Cole traced a line like a map. "Who delivered to the magistrate's road? The ledger says Carter most days." "Which Carter?" "Hollins's cousin," Harlow said reluctantly. "Owes him 3 favors and a roof." "Bring him," Cole said. The Carter came cursing fear and law in equal measure until he saw Jonathan standing behind Cole with eyes that could have cut keys. Then he softened like dough. "Road to the magistrate?" Cole asked pleasantly. "How many times did you take the bundle?" 4, the man said, throat bobbing. 5 with the clothes. I didn't look inside, God strike me. "Who opened the gate?" Cole asked. "Who met you at the back?" The man's eyes darted. "Clerk," he said finally. "Young one. Smells like ink and cologne. Thumb stained blue." "Name," Harlow barked. "Evan Vale," the man blurted and then clapped a hand over his mouth as if he might stuff the name back in. "Nephew. Said he was running errands for his uncle." Cole's smile didn't reach his eyes. "Law is a family business here." Harlow slammed his palm against the table. "We're searching the magistrate's office." They went that afternoon with a warrant Harlow wrote so hard the nib split. The clerk greeted them with the bland expression of a man who has never learned fear because he's never needed to. His thumb, Ward noticed, was stained a faint permanent blue. "Search wherever you like," he said, bored. "You won't find the sky's color in drawers." "True," Cole said, already crossing to the bookcase. "But the sky's color lives in ledgers, and men who write for a living learn to hide their sins in the alphabet." He tapped the shelf. "This row is wrong." "What?" Harlow asked. "The law books," Cole said. "They run as expected until here." He slid out a volume that should have been ecclesiastical proceedings. Inside, a false book's hollow held a small stack of papers bound in blue thread and a wax cylinder wrapped in oiled cloth. Harlow untied the thread. The first page read HR Extracts. He read aloud. Day 17, he rages when you hide letters, continue. Day 23, plant music in vents, grief will soften resistance. Day 41, kill convict, drape cloth, announce the lady's return. Ward's throat closed. Leonard. Harlow's hand trembled now. Arrest him, he snapped, and 2 constables took the clerk by the arms. The young man's composure cracked like cheap glaze. It was for order, he stammered. We had to make him step down. The estate needed a strong hand. Whose? Jonathan asked from the doorway. Yours? Uncle's, the clerk whispered. Mine when he chose. It's tradition. Law keeps families from eating themselves. Cole held up the wax cylinder. And this keeps villages from sleeping. He set it on the desk, fitted the crank from the clerk's own phonograph, and turned. A woman's cry filled the room. Not quite human, edged with metal, layered with reed and wind. Ward shivered despite everything he'd learned. Devices, ducts, claws, ink, Cole said. You built a ghost by committee. Harlow jerked his chin. Get him out. As they hauled the clerk away, he spat the last of his courage. You think the theater ends here? There are always men who prefer a story to a ledger. You'll see. When the fog returns, they'll call for us again. Then teach them a new story, Cole said to Ward after the door closed. One with light. They carried the papers back through lanes that felt narrower by the hour. News outran feet in Ashthorne. By the time they reached the estate, a knot of villagers waited outside the gate, eyes bright with that mix of fear and hunger that has nothing to do with food. Is it true? A woman called. The clerk? The solicitor? True, Harlow said, and more to come. Who carved the door? An old man demanded. Men who wanted you afraid, Jonathan said flatly. Are you tired of them yet? Silence fell. Someone whispered. And you, what are you then? Jonathan's mouth tightened. Deciding. Night took them before the decision did. Ward found himself again at the library window, the fog pressed to the panes like a curious face. Cole spread the hunter's record extracts on the table, waiting corners with candlesticks. In the chapel below, Isabella coughed once, a sound like damp ashes shifting. What's missing? Ward asked. The ending, Cole said. Vale wrote finale. When the hunter sees himself, the theater ends. I don't know what that means. Ward looked toward the dark garden where Eleanor had fallen and Jonathan had first been named by whispers. Maybe it means the hunter has to see the monster as his reflection. Maybe he has to decide he won't wear the mask. And if he decides to? Cole asked softly. Ward had no answer. Footsteps paused at the threshold. Jonathan stood there, lantern unlit, face carved by shadow. I saw myself tonight, he said. Ward's heart tripped. And? Jonathan set the lantern on the table beside the pages of his own manipulation, the blueprint of his unraveling. I did not like the view, he said. But the part that frightened me most is that I also felt powerful. Cole's gaze didn't move. Power without truth is only fog. It swallows before it guides. Jonathan nodded once. Then bring me truth. All of it. Cole exhaled, something between relief and dread. Tomorrow, he said, we open the last door. Where? Ward asked. Cole touched the ledger's first page, then the phonograph cylinder, then the window that reflected their tired faces back at them. Where people have looked this whole time, he said, and somehow never seen. From the chapel, a lullaby drifted up, not vented, not clockworked, but hummed by a living throat. Isabella awoke in chains, singing to the dark. Ward closed his eyes, the melody braided with the fog like two threads of the same fabric. For the first time since Ashthorne began to haunt itself, he understood that the last secret did not hide in the marsh or the mill or the magistrate's books. It hid in the oldest kind of theater, the kind performed on faces you loved when they turned away. Tomorrow, then, Jonathan said. Tomorrow, Cole agreed. The candles shrank. The fog leaned closer and the house, breathing in time with the valley, waited to find out whether hunters, once unmasked, still knew how to walk like men. The night in Ashthorne carried a silence so heavy it seemed the fog itself was pressing on every window. The villagers had gone home after the fire at the mill, but their whispers lingered. No one slept. They feared that even dreams were another theater Vale had built for them. Ward sat at the long oak table in the library, his journal before him, quill untouched. The papers from the magistrate's clerk lay scattered, their ink smudged but still legible, each line dripping with manipulation. Beside him, Cole examined the wax cylinder again, holding it like a relic. "We stand at the edge of the last door," Cole said quietly. "But the question remains, what waits behind it? A ghost? A man? Or Jonathan himself?" Ward exhaled, his throat tight. "You speak as though Jonathan is the danger now." Cole looked up, eyes sharp. "A man convinced he is cursed can be more dangerous than any enemy. He may finish the work Vale began simply by believing it." The door creaked open. Jonathan entered, lantern unlit, a shadow among shadows. His face was pale, but his voice was steady. "You think I'm a threat to my own bloodline?" Ward jolted. He hadn't heard Jonathan outside. Cole didn't flinch. "I think the valley would like you to be." Jonathan stepped closer, the faint light catching the scar across his cheek, a reminder of their last encounter with Morgan. "What if they're right?" Ward forced calm into his tone. "Jonathan, that's exactly what Vale wanted. He needed you to doubt. He needed the heir to become the ghost." Jonathan's mouth tightened. "You haven't stood where I've stood. You haven't heard her voice in the vents, smelled her perfume on the fog, seen her reflection in the chapel glass." His hand trembled, then clenched. "Tell me that's not real." Cole set the cylinder on the table with deliberate care. "Paranormal is a convenient cloak for crime. I've never known a ghost to carry a matchbox or to carve letters in a man's flesh." Jonathan's gaze flickered to the papers. "And yet the valley still bows to the lady." "Because they were taught to," Cole replied. "And teachings can be unlearned." Jonathan gave a bitter laugh. "By truth, truth burns slower than lies. Fear spreads faster than any fire." Ward stood, moving to Jonathan's side. "Then give them something else to fear. Not a ghost, not a curse. A man who refuses to bow to shadows." Jonathan's jaw tightened, but his eyes softened. "You sound like my sister did once." Before Ward could answer, a faint sound drifted through the corridors, low, hollow, echoing. A door slamming somewhere deep in the estate. Martha appeared in the doorway, breathless. "It's the chapel," she whispered. "The slab. It's been moved." They ran. The chapel was colder than the rest of the house, as though the fog itself had seeped into the stone. The slab where Isabella lay in chains was indeed shifted, the iron links loose, dangling like broken vines. The woman herself sat upright, her hair clinging to her damp face, her eyes gleaming with something unreadable. "You look surprised," she said, voice hoarse but steady. "Did you think chains could keep me from singing?" Jonathan froze. "Who freed you?" Isabella tilted her head. "Does it matter? Perhaps the lady prefers her players unbound." Ward stepped forward cautiously. "Isabella, you're not well. Tell us who opened the locks." She laughed softly. "The locks were never locked. You bound me with doubt, not iron." Cole's eyes narrowed. "Then Vale trusted you more than we thought." Her smile flickered. "Trusted or used. Do you know what it feels like to be chosen not for who you are, but for the ghost you resemble?" Jonathan's face darkened. "He made you the lady." "He made me a shadow," she whispered. And when the valley gasped, I almost believed it myself. Ward felt the weight of her words. She was both victim and accomplice, trapped in a web she had helped to spin. Cole's voice was calm, deliberate. "Isabella, if you truly wish to stop being his puppet, tell us where the last door is." Her gaze lifted to the ceiling. "You hear it every night. The whisper in the rafters, the breath behind the walls. It isn't the lady, it isn't even me. It's the place where Vale left his heart beating long after his body was caged." Jonathan stepped closer, voice low. Where? The bell tower, she said simply. A shudder passed through Ward. The tower had stood for centuries, looming over the estate like a finger pointing to heaven. Few dared climb it. The stairs were half rotted, the bell itself cracked. Villagers swore it tolled at midnight without a hand to pull the rope. Cole's lips curved faintly. Of course, the highest stage for the loudest theater. Harlow arrived then, 2 constables at his back. He took one look at Isabella and cursed. You should have left her bound. She bound herself, Jonathan said flatly, and she gave us the next step. The bell tower? Harlow scoffed. That thing's ready to collapse. All the better, Cole murmured. If you wanted to hide a machine, where better than a ruin everyone fears? Isabella's voice floated behind them. But be careful. The tower doesn't like intruders. It keeps its own secrets. They left her under guard, though Ward doubted any chain could hold her if she didn't wish it. The climb to the tower was worse than he'd imagined. Stairs that groaned under each step, air thick with dust, the rope dangling like a noose from the bell above. The higher they went, the colder it became, though no window was open. Halfway up, Jonathan stopped. Do you hear that? Ward strained. A faint thrum pulsed through the stone, like a heartbeat magnified. Cole's face was grim. Machinery. At the top, the bell chamber yawned around them, vast and hollow. The cracked bell loomed, its surface etched with old runes that villagers had taken for curses. Behind it, half hidden by shadows, was a wooden partition. Cole pushed it aside. The sight made Ward's skin crawl. Dozens of cylinders lined the wall, each connected by wires and pipes to a great iron horn pointing out the louvered windows. The air stank of oil and camphor. At the center sat a clockwork engine, gears still ticking, feeding power to the system. This, Cole said softly, is the lady's voice. Jonathan stared. He built an organ of ghosts. Ward touched one of the pipes. It vibrated faintly, exhaling a sigh that could have been mistaken for a moan. Every whisper, every cry in the fog, it came from here. Cole nodded. Vale turned superstition into science. A stage that needed no actor once wound. Jonathan's hands clenched. Then why does it still play? He's gone. Cole examined the gears. Because someone wound it again. A floorboard creaked. They spun. Martha stood in the doorway, lantern trembling in her hand. Her face was pale, her lips bloodless. I only wanted them to stop, she whispered. The villagers begged me. They said if the lady didn't speak, the valley would burn, so I climbed. I wound the machine. I thought... Her voice cracked. I thought it was mercy. Jonathan's voice shook with fury. Mercy? You kept my curse alive. Martha's eyes filled with tears. I kept them alive. You don't know what fear does to a crowd. They would have torn the estate down stone by stone. I only wanted peace. Cole's expression was unreadable. Peace built on lies is only a longer war. The thrum of the machine grew louder as though sensing its discovery. Outside, the fog pressed against the windows, carrying faint echoes of the lady's cry. Ward's heart hammered. Then this is the last door. The machine. The proof. Cole shook his head slowly. No. The last door isn't wood or iron, it's belief. We can smash this engine tonight, scatter its pieces into the marsh. But unless the valley sees truth with their own eyes, they'll build another ghost tomorrow. Jonathan lifted the lantern, firelight gleaming on the iron horn. His face was carved in shadow and flame. Then we give them the truth, he said, even if it kills us. The bell above groaned in the fog, as if agreeing. And somewhere below, Isabella's lullaby drifted upward again, low, mournful, and terrifyingly human. And the bell chamber groaned like the bones of a giant each time the wind shifted. Lantern light flickered across the grotesque machine Vale had built, wires like veins, cylinders stacked like coffins. The horn's wide mouth pointed into the valley, breathing a low moan that blended with the fog. Jonathan set the lantern on the floor, staring at the gears. This is where it ends. Cole crouched by the engine, examining its teeth. Not yet. Destroy it too soon and you'll lose the last evidence tying Vale's theater to the crimes. We need the valley to see this with their own eyes. Ward's stomach tightened. But if we wait, the haunting continues. Cole gave a thin smile. Sometimes a wound must bleed before it can heal. Jonathan's hands curled into fists. How many more screams before healing? How many nights of children waking to phantoms? Enough games, Cole. This ends tonight. Before Cole could answer, footsteps creaked below. The echo of boots on rotten stairs. Ward's lantern trembled. It's too soon, he whispered. The sound grew louder until a shadow appeared in the stairwell. It was Harlow, breathless, face grim. 2 constables followed, lanterns raised. You should have told me, Harlow snapped, taking in the machine. While you played detectives, the village nearly tore itself apart. Cole didn't move. Would you have believed me if I'd spoken of machines and staged ghosts? Harlow's jaw clenched. I'd have believed more than this. Pipes and horns can't make a dead woman sing. Jonathan's voice was sharp. They can, and they did. Vale built his ghost with oil and steel. Every scream was wound like a clock. The constables exchanged uneasy glances. Ward said quickly, Sir, we have proof, cylinders, records. If the villagers see it, they'll know the haunting was no curse. But Harlow's eyes lingered on the horn as if he could almost hear the whispers within. And if they don't believe, if they cling tighter to the ghost, then all we've done is break their faith. Cole's tone was cold. Better faith broken than lives ruled by lies. Harlow shook his head. You think law is built on truth? It's built on belief. And belief is fragile. Shatter it and you'll have chaos. The words hung heavy. For a moment the chamber was filled only with the low moan of the machine, as though mocking their debate. Then Jonathan strode forward, lantern in hand. Chaos or not, this ends. Tonight. He swung the lantern against the gears. Sparks leapt, oil hissed, the cylinders clattered like bones. The machine shuddered, shrieking like a living thing. Ward cried out, Jonathan, no! But it was too late. Fire bloomed across the oil-slicked floor, racing along wires, devouring parchment. The machine wailed. The horn bellowed one last ghostly scream that rolled across the valley like thunder. The bell above quivered violently, then rang, a deep, fractured toll that shook the chamber. Dust cascaded, beams groaned. Cole grabbed Ward's arm. Down! Now! They bolted for the stairs, the constables already retreating. Jonathan lingered, lantern still clutched, face bathed in firelight. For a heartbeat, he looked like the very revenant the villagers feared. Ward shouted, voice hoarse. Jonathan! Leave it! Jonathan's eyes blazed. The lady dies tonight. He hurled the lantern into the heart of the machine. Flames erupted, swallowing the horn, the gears, the ledger fragments. The tower screamed with them. Cole dragged Ward down the stairs, smoke biting their lungs. Behind them, the chamber cracked with fire. Jonathan's footsteps thundered after them, closer, closer, until they all burst into the courtyard, coughing, gasping, eyes streaming. The villagers had gathered, drawn by the tolling bell and the eerie final cry. They watched in horrified silence as the tower's windows glowed red, smoke curling into the fog. The lady burns, someone whispered. No, Jonathan rasped, staggering forward. His voice carried across the courtyard. The lie burns. The lady was never real. Veil made her. Machines, tricks, blood bought with coin. Every fear you felt was his theater. And you bowed to it. Murmurs spread through the crowd. Disbelief mingled with dawning realization. Mothers clutched children. Old men crossed themselves. Harlow stood tall, eyes scanning his people. He raised his hand. You hear him. You see it. No curse bound this valley, only men who profited from your fear. This ends now. The tower groaned behind him, flames consuming its spine. With a final crash, the cracked bell tore free, plummeting into the courtyard. The villagers scattered, shrieking as the earth shook with the impact. Sparks flew, dust choked the air, and when it cleared, the great bell lay split in two, silent at last. The people stared at it, wide-eyed, as if staring at the corpse of the lady herself. Jonathan turned to them, voice hoarse but resolute. Your ghost is dead, but if you seek another, you will find only men willing to wear her face. Do not let them. Silence fell. The villagers bowed their heads, not in worship, but in shame. Cole placed a hand on Jonathan's shoulder. You've ended the theater, but the playwright still breathes. Jonathan's jaw tightened. Veil. And Isabella? Cole added softly. Ward's pulse quickened. The haunting wasn't done, not yet. The machine was gone, the bell silenced. But the last door had not fully closed. Somewhere in the shadows of the marsh, another act was waiting. The courtyard reeked of smoke and ash. The cracked bell lay on its side like a fallen titan, its fractured rim catching the firelight. Villagers lingered at the edges, torn between fear and awe, whispering as though afraid to raise their voices against the silence that followed. Jonathan stood at the center, his chest heaving, soot smearing his face. He looked not like an heir, but like a soldier risen from a battlefield, eyes burning with grim clarity. Ward bent over, coughing, his journal clutched against his chest. He had shielded it from the smoke even as the tower crumbled. Pages smudged but intact. A record of truth. Cole's gaze was steady, unreadable. The tower falls, but the haunting does not end. Jonathan turned sharply. What else must die before it does? The architect, Cole replied. Machines are bones. They only live if someone breathes into them. Veil still breathes. The villagers stirred uneasily at the name, some muttering prayers, others crossing themselves. Harlow pushed through the crowd, face pale but resolute. You think Veil built all this alone? Men like him always keep partners. Shadows thrive on more than one back. Ward swallowed. The constables nodded grimly, but their eyes flicked to the villagers as though wary of what truth might ignite in them. A low voice cut through the murmurs. Partners indeed. Everyone turned. Isabella stood at the chapel's threshold, no chains on her wrists, her hair flowing wild in the smoky air. Her eyes glowed with a strange defiance, half mad, half fierce. Jonathan stiffened. You dare show yourself now? She walked slowly forward, bare feet leaving prints in the soot. I dare because the theater is not over. Veil wrote the script, but who do you think played the lady's role? Who gave the whisper's breath, the shadow a face? Without me, he was nothing but a tinkerer with broken toys. The villagers gasped. Ward whispered, She admits it. Cole's voice cut like a blade. You were his lure, his ghost, the valley's chains. Isabella's lips curled faintly. And its queen. For a little while I was worshipped. I was power. Tell me, Professor, have you never longed to be more than yourself? Jonathan's hands trembled. You mocked my sister's death with your games. You made her memory into theater. Isabella's gaze softened for a fleeting instant. No, I carried her voice because I envied her. The valley loved Eleanor even in death. Me they loved only as a ghost. Do you understand that hunger, Jonathan, to be seen only when wearing another's skin? Ward's chest tightened. She was confessing but not repenting. Cole stepped closer, his eyes locked on hers. Where is Vale? Her smile sharpened. Everywhere and nowhere. He was cleverer than you knew. You thought him caged, but what is a cage to a man who knows how to turn fear into keys? The villagers murmured again, fear clawing back into their voices. Jonathan shouted over them, "No more riddles! Where is he?" Isabella's laughter rang high and bitter. "Closer than you think." And then, as if summoned by her words, a voice rose from the fog at the edge of the courtyard, low, familiar, and mocking. "You still chase phantoms, Jonathan, but phantoms are my craft, not yours." A figure emerged from the mist, limping slightly, face gaunt but eyes gleaming with life. Dr. Felix Morgan, Vale, alive, free, grinning like the devil who had outlived his own inferno. Ward's breath caught. "Impossible!" Cole's voice was steel. Not impossible, only inevitable." Jonathan's fury exploded. "You!" He lunged forward, but Cole caught his arm. "Not yet," Cole hissed. "He came to be seen, let him speak." Vale raised his hands mockingly as though presenting himself to an adoring audience. "Do you like my stage? The bell, the screams, the fog. It was all for you, Jonathan. For your name, your bloodline, your inheritance. The valley bows to fear, and I gave them a god. But you were to be my masterpiece. The cursed air, haunted into madness." Jonathan's teeth clenched. "And when I didn't break?" Vale's grin widened. "You did. You just don't see it yet. Every shadow you fight only makes you more like me. Tell me, when you burned the tower, did you not feel the power of the ghost flowing through you? You became the lady's hand, her hunter." Jonathan's hands shook, and for a moment Ward feared Vale's words were striking too deep. Isabella stepped forward, her voice reverent. "He showed me how to live as more than flesh. He gave me eternity in whispers." Vale touched her shoulder like a priest blessing a disciple. "And she carried my vision when I was gone. Loyal, beautiful, unbreakable." Cole's voice was sharp. "A vision built on corpses and lies." Vale's eyes glittered. "Truth is fragile, Professor. Fear is eternal. Which do you think men will serve?" The villagers murmured again, shifting nervously, torn between awe and anger. The smoke swirled like a shroud over their heads. Harlow raised his pistol, hand steady. "Enough. This ends here." Vale spread his arms. "Shoot, then. Make me a martyr. The valley will whisper of me forever." The pistol wavered. The villagers held their breath. Jonathan stepped forward, voice ringing through the courtyard. "No. He's right. A bullet would make him immortal. But truth kills deeper." He turned to the crowd, his voice raw but unyielding. "You see him. You hear him. The lady was no ghost. She was a machine, a song, a mask, and this is the man who made you bow to it. Not a curse, not a spirit, a man." His words struck like hammer blows. The villagers' murmurs grew into shouts. Anger, betrayal, outrage. Someone hurled a stone, then another. Vale flinched as the crowd pressed forward, no longer fearing him but despising him. Cole's eyes narrowed. "Your stage collapses, Vale, and this time no curtain will rise again." Vale's sneer faltered just for a heartbeat. He pulled Isabella closer as though shielding himself with her presence. She stared at Jonathan, eyes wide, torn between loyalty and doubt. Jonathan's voice dropped, almost gentle. "Isabella, choose. Will you remain his shadow, or will you step into your own light?" She trembled, lips parting. For a breath, she looked like she might break, then her face hardened. I am the lady, she whispered. And with sudden violence she tore free of Vale and ran into the fog. "Isabella!" Ward cried, but she vanished into the night, her figure swallowed by mist. Vale snarled, fury twisting his face. He lunged at Jonathan, knife flashing. The two men collided, grappling in the smoke and firelight. Vale's blade slashed, Jonathan's fists struck. The crowd screamed, constables surged forward. At last, Jonathan drove Vale to the ground, wrenching the knife away and pressing it to his throat. The courtyard fell silent. Vale laughed hoarsely. "Do it. Be the ghost. Prove me right." Jonathan's hand shook. Ward shouted, "Don't! That's what he wants." Cole stepped closer, voice low but commanding. "Jonathan, end the theater, not with blood, with truth." Jonathan's chest heaved. For a terrible moment, he looked ready to strike. Then slowly he dropped the knife, letting it clatter on the stones. The villagers roared, not in fear but in triumph. Constables seized Vale, dragging him up, shackling his hands. His laughter echoed still, but it rang hollow against the weight of the crowd's rejection. Jonathan turned away, exhausted, eyes on the broken bell. "The lady is dead. Let her rest." Cole's voice was quiet, and so the last door closes. But Ward's hand tightened on his journal. Somewhere in the fog, Isabella still walked, carrying the echo of the lady's song. And echoes, he knew, had a way of returning. The night after the tower fell, Ashthorn Valley did not sleep. Smoke still drifted in thin gray ribbons across the marshland, and the broken bell lay silent in the square like the corpse of a god. Villagers moved through the ruins with torches, some scavenging for fragments of truth, others staring at the sky as though afraid the lady might rise again from the ashes. Jonathan sat on the chapel steps, his clothes streaked with soot, his eyes hollow. He had spoken enough the night before, cried enough, burned enough. The valley now knew the lady was not a spirit, yet he could not shake the feeling that her shadow had not truly left. Ward approached quietly, clutching his ever-present journal. He had not slept either. His fingers were ink-stained, his eyes ringed with fatigue. "You should rest," Ward said softly. Jonathan did not look at him. "Rest comes to those who have homes. I have only walls that whisper." Ward hesitated, then sat beside him. "You saved them, Jonathan. Whatever they whisper, they know the lady is gone." Jonathan's laugh was low, bitter. "Gone? You saw her flee into the fog. If she was nothing but trickery, why did the people still see her? Why do I still see her when I close my eyes?" Ward opened his journal, flipping to a page smeared with ash. "Because fear doesn't burn, even when the stage does. But fear can be named. That's why I write." Jonathan finally turned to him, his gaze sharp. "And when they read your words, will they believe them, or will they cling to the ghost again?" Before Ward could answer, a voice spoke from the darkness. "That depends on how you present the evidence." Cole emerged from the fog, his cloak smelling faintly of smoke, his face unreadable. Behind him, Harlow followed, his boots heavy, his expression grim. Jonathan's body stiffened. "What evidence remains? The machine is ash, the cylinders shattered. Vale sits in chains, but his lies breathe freer than truth ever could." Cole knelt, brushing soot from his hands. "Ash is still evidence, if the right hands examine it. I salvaged fragments before the flames took all. Enough to show how the horns carried sound, how the oil amplified the cry. Enough to prove this valley was ruled by craft, not curse." Harlow's voice was low but firm. "Proof for a court, perhaps. But courts don't matter here. Belief does. The people will not bow to your diagrams, Professor. They'll bow to what they saw with their own eyes." Jonathan stood, anger flashing. "Then let them see Vale's face. Let them hear his confession." Harlow's jaw tightened. Confession is not truth if men refuse to believe it. You saw their eyes last night. Half of them still feared him, half longed for him. Some may even mourn him. Remove his body and you risk making him a martyr. Cole's eyes narrowed. Then you suggest what? Keep him in chains beneath the chapel. Let his whispers rot the walls. Harlow didn't answer immediately. His silence was heavy, dangerous. Ward broke it. He must stand trial. Even if the valley resists, there must be record. I'll write it. We'll send it beyond Ashthorn. Let the world know. Cole nodded slightly. Yes, truth beyond borders may outlive superstition within them. Jonathan shook his head. And while you write, Isabella walks free. Did you forget her? She is not ash. She is not chained. She is fog, shadow, hunger. Every night she breathes, the lady still lives. His words hung in the air. The villagers nearby turned their heads, whispering Isabella's name like a curse. Cole spoke carefully. She was his accomplice, perhaps even his pupil. But she fled. That makes her dangerous. More dangerous than Vale himself. Harlow finally spoke again. The constables search, but the marsh is her ally. If she knows its paths, she could vanish for weeks, months. Jonathan's fists tightened. She will not vanish. She will return. The lady cannot live without an audience. She will come back to remind us she still wears the mask. Ward scribbled Jonathan's words in his journal, the scratch of his pen sharp against the night. Suddenly, a shout rang across the square. A villager came running, his torch sputtering. At the edge of the marsh, we found something. The group rushed after him, torches lighting the way until they reached the reeds. The villager pointed shakily at the ground. In the mud lay a white veil, streaked with soot, torn at the edge. Beside it, pressed deep into the earth, were bare footprints leading into the mist. Jonathan's breath caught. Her. Cole crouched, examining the prints. Small, light. She ran quickly, but not without purpose. She left this veil to be found. Ward frowned. Why would she want us to know? Cole looked up, his face grim. Because ghosts thrive on being pursued. She wants the chase. She wants the lady to live, even in absence. Harlow muttered a curse. Then the haunting isn't over. It's only changed its mask. The wind shifted, carrying the faintest echo across the marsh. A sound so soft it might have been reeds stirring, or a woman's laugh. Jonathan's face went pale. She's watching us. Cole straightened. Let her watch, but remember this. She is flesh, not phantom. And flesh bleeds. Jonathan's jaw tightened. Then I'll be the hand that spills it. Ward swallowed hard, his journal trembling in his grip. For the first time, he wondered if Jonathan sought justice or revenge. Behind them, the cracked bell loomed in silence, but the air carried a new weight. The lady was gone, yet the valley still lived in her shadow. The day after they found the veil, the square filled again, not with pitchforks and psalms this time, but with faces that wanted rules more than miracles. Harlow called it a hearing. It felt like a séance with paperwork. Cole stood at the table with a burlap sack and a coil of thin wire. We cannot put a ghost on trial, he said, but we can try the men who built her. He lifted a reed horn he had reconstructed from the magistrate's diagrams and scraps saved from the mill. You heard this weep in the fog. You called it the lady. He rubbed resin along the reed, drew the rim against a board, and let the sound shudder across the room. Low, mournful, too human for comfort. A woman covered her ears. Stop it. It stops, Cole said, when you choose men over myths. Hollins shifted in the back, guilt tugging his cap down. The seamstress who had stitched the gown stared at her hands. Harlow let the sound fade before slapping his palm on the table. Felix Morgan, alias Vale, will stand trial. His nephew will stand with him. The charge is conspiracy to terrify, to defraud, to endanger life. Anyone else who took coin to feed the ghost, come forward now and you'll fare better than if we find you later. No one moved. Fear is a slow confessor. Jonathan, standing 3 steps from the table, scanned the faces. You don't have to bow to her anymore, he said, or to the men who wore her mask. Bow to your own eyes if you can bear it. A murmur moved through the hall like wind through dead leaves. Then an old farmer said very quietly, "We'll try." Ward breathed out, a breath he hadn't known he was holding. It lasted until a boy burst in from the lane, cheeks raw with cold. "By the river," he gasped. "Something's there." The crowd spilled into the morning like water from a cracked pail. Frost still clung to the reeds. The sky was the color of pewter. There, just above the shallows, a frame of saplings had been erected overnight, a crude arch crowned with a strand of white cloth. Under it lay a row of black feathers set like a little road. Martha's voice shook behind Ward. "One for sorrow." Cole knelt. "Staged," he said. "Every feather pressed into mud by a careful thumb. She's learned our tells and keeps using them. The theater goes on." A ribbon stirred on the arch. Letters inked in careful hand glistened in the frost. "Bring the hunter alone." Jonathan tore the ribbon free. "When?" The bottom edge fluttered, revealing the rest. Twilight. The sunken altar. Harlow reached for the ribbon, but Jonathan closed his fist around it. "No constables," he said. "No crowd. It's me she wants." Harlow's mouth hardened. "It's also what gets you killed." Jonathan's eyes were steady in a way that worried Ward more than any tremble. "Then she should finish what she started." "Or you will," Cole murmured. Jonathan looked at him. "Don't follow me this time. If you do, she'll smell you and vanish. She always did." Cole studied him for a long moment. "If I don't follow you, you may not come back." "Then write a version of me that does," Jonathan said, and walked away. Ward caught up with him at the chapel. "You don't have to answer her." "I have to end her," Jonathan said, "or she ends all of us by inches." Ward lowered his voice. "End her how?" Jonathan didn't answer. He turned his head, listening. From somewhere in the crypt below, a faint hum rose and fell. Isabella's lullaby. Alive, unbound, and singing to herself in whatever dark nest she had claimed. "Do you still believe she's only his apprentice?" Jonathan asked. Ward swallowed. "I believe she wants to be queen." Twilight bled down the sky like bruised wine. The sunken altar lay in a hollow where once, long before a chapel, villagers had left offerings to whatever listened in mud and moonlight. Jonathan approached it alone, a single lantern swinging, his coat collar up against the damp. Ward, disobedient, shadowed far behind, boots careful on the edges of the path. He knew Cole and Harlow would be elsewhere, triangulating the marsh with their own invisible lines. No one trusted anyone's lone plan anymore, and perhaps that was the only plan that would save them. A figure stood by the altar, a white smear against gray. Isabella, hair loose, veil gone, feet bare on the cold stone. She looked thinner, brighter, as if the fog itself had been woven into her skin. "You came," she said. "I always do," Jonathan replied. "You always knew I would." She smiled, small and true. "Because you don't believe in curses, you believe in choices. That is why I chose you." "You chose my fear," Jonathan said. "I chose your courage." She tilted her head. "The valley can be ruled by terror or by truth. Truth is slow. Terror is simple. I am tired of slow." She lifted a hand to the lantern light. Do you know what I learned wearing her face? People don't want salvation, they want spectacle. And what do you want? Jonathan asked. An ending that belongs to me. A ripple moved through the reeds behind Ward. He froze. Another shape shifted to his left, just a marsh bird, perhaps, or Harlow's men. He couldn't see. The fog held secrets in every fold. Jonathan lowered his lantern. Then ended. Her eyes flickered. I thought you would ask me to stay, to confess, to wash my hands and learn to bake bread. I would have, he said, before the veil, before Leonard, before you watched me bleed so you could measure the crowd's gasp. She flinched just once, then her chin lifted. I asked you alone for a reason. She pointed to the base of the altar. 3 small tin cylinders lay in a row, wicks embedded, wires coiled. Strike 1, keep 2. The first is for us, the others, for any future that thinks to rebuild what we burned. Ward realized what the cylinders were. Not bombs to blast stone, but flares to paint fog, bright as a scream. Isabella had brought light to end shadow, or to make a brighter final theater. Jonathan didn't reach for them. Why me? Because you understand, she said. You stand between Cole's candle and my fire. Decide, Hunter. Do you want a valley that limps on lies or one that crawls through truth? One hurts now. The other hurts forever. Or a third, Jonathan said softly. A valley that learns without burning. She laughed, not unkindly. Too late. A twig snapped behind Ward. He turned. Cole's silhouette emerged, a shade among shades. Harlow's too, farther off. Isabella saw them before Jonathan did. For an instant, her face wavered between fury and relief. You lied, she said to Jonathan, but there was no heat in it. You brought your men after all. I brought witnesses, he said. Witnesses make martyrs, she replied. Players make endings. Harlow stepped into the clearing with his palms open. Isabella Whitmore, he began. Not Whitmore, she said, not anyone's. If I am anything, I am Ash. She lifted a cylinder, thumb on the striker. Cole moved a half-step forward, eyes narrowed. Don't, he said. Fire is obedient to no one. Neither am I, she said, and struck. Light roared up, white gold, pouring across fog and stone, turning every reed into a blade of glass. For one stunned heartbeat, the marsh looked holy. Villagers on the far bank gasped. Ward saw them turn their faces as if facing sunrise. The sound echoed, a rush, a sigh, like 100 bells tolling in a single breath. Isabella held the light high above her head and turned to Jonathan. In that blinding wash, she looked like a figure from a mural, not a woman who had stitched fear into a valley's nights. Will you lock me in a room, she asked, calm, or let me walk into it? Jonathan's throat worked. He looked at Harlow. Harlow's jaw was set, but his eyes were not cruel. He looked at Cole. Cole's face was a ledger with one line yet to be entered. He looked at Ward. Ward could not breathe. Neither, Jonathan said finally, voice rough. I will ask you to testify, and then I will ask you to leave. Leave Ashthorne? She asked, as if tasting the shape of the words. Leave the stage, he said. The light guttered. She lowered the cylinder. You think testimony will free these people? Men believe what frightens them most. Then frighten them with truth, Jonathan said. Show them the mask and they'll never trust the face again. For the first time she seemed uncertain. If I confess, I become the lady forever in their mouths. You already are, he said. This way you end her. Silence stretched, taut as wire. Cole's voice entered it, soft as thread. He is not wrong. A ghost unmasked is only costume and dust. A ghost confessed is caution. Isabella's gaze dropped to the remaining cylinders. She took one, pressed it into Jonathan's palm. "For when fog starts lying again," she said. To Ward she gave the second. "For when words do." Then she stepped toward Harlow, hands open. The constables moved, but Harlow lifted a hand. They stopped. He took a length of cord, bound her wrists without cruelty. Isabella's eyes found Jonathan's once more. "I hated Eleanor," she said very quietly. Not for who she was, but for how they loved her. "If I had learned to live in that shadow instead of sowing my own, we would not stand here." Jonathan's voice was a growl that wasn't anger anymore. "We stand here because men built a ghost and asked you to wear it." "And I said yes," she replied. They walked her back through the reeds. On the far bank, villagers gathered in a loose semicircle, unsure whether to cheer or spit. Martha watched with a look that Ward could not name. Part pity, part exhausted relief, part fear that any noise might call the old knights back. At the edge of the square, the cracked bell lay like a sleeping beast. Isabella paused beside it and ran her fingers along its fracture. "Leave it here," she said. "Let them remember that iron breaks when it lies." Harlow nodded once, as if granting a simple request from a simple thief. He led her past the chapel steps. Cole peeled away and caught Ward's sleeve. "You saw what she offered him," he said. "Cleansing by fire." He refused. Ward swallowed. "He chose testimony. Is that weakness?" "It's the only strength that outlives torches," Cole said. "But it is slower. And the valley is impatient." A shout rose from the jail. A constable ran into the square, hair disheveled, face bleached. "He's gone!" he cried. "Vale, he's gone!" The villagers surged, fear flipping back to fury in a heartbeat. Harlow shoved Isabella toward the door and whipped around. "How?" "Wall tunnel," the man stammered. "Old maintenance shaft. We didn't... No one..." Cole's eyes shut for a single, controlled breath. When he opened them, they were flint. "Of course. The architect keeps an exit in every blueprint." He pointed to two men. "Seal the river path. You, take the magistrate's road. Ward..." "I'm with Jonathan," Ward said, spinning already. Jonathan had not waited for orders. He was moving like he had always been moving, lantern low, jaw set, tracking not a ghost, but the man who tried to live like one. Cole caught up with them at the lane where hedges bent toward each other like gossip. "He'll cut south," Cole said. "Under the hedgerows, through the lime kilns. Smoke masks foot scent." "He won't leave without a speech," Jonathan said, voice flat. "He will want one last audience." They found it where the marsh meets the road, a low rise with a view of the cracked bell and the chapel beyond. Vale stood there, coat askew, hair wild, eyes bright with that terrible certainty that had convinced a valley to obey him. "Did you like my ending?" he called, grinning. "You chose testimony, how devout." Jonathan didn't slow. "You chose escape, how predictable." Vale spread his hands. "I invited you to be a god. You settled for being a man." "Men sleep," Jonathan said. "Gods keep them awake all night." Vale laughed. "You'll make a fine lord here. You will need an enemy." He tipped his head. "Let me live. Let me haunt you. We will be legends together." Cole's voice cut through the fog. "You mistake appetite for legacy." Harlow arrived with two constables, rifles leveled. Vale's smile thinned. "Ah, law. The ugliest costume of all." "Drop the knife," Harlow said. Vale's hand flicked, not the knife, but a tiny glass bulb he'd hidden at his wrist. It shattered at his feet, smoke flared, sweet and choking. In the blur, he lunged for the ditch. Jonathan didn't think. He threw himself into the smoke, hit a body, felt the world tilt. They rolled into the reeds. A blade flashed once, twice, then clattered away. When the smoke thinned, Vale lay on his back, breath sawing, Jonathan's forearm across his throat. Go on, Vale croaked, smiling even now. Make them afraid of you again. Jonathan's grip tightened. Ward flinched. Cole didn't shout. He only spoke in a voice so even it cut through every pounding heart. Hunter, he said, see yourself. Jonathan did. In Vale's eyes, he saw the marsh, the bell, the crowd, the knife. The stage set for a death that would turn fear into a shrine. He saw a valley that would never stop whispering, not because the ghost lived, but because he had fed it with blood. Slowly, he took his arm away. Harlow hauled Vale up, bound him with iron this time, and none of them cared if it bit skin. The constables searched him, pulled 2 more glass bulbs and a wire saw from his pockets. No more tunnels, Harlow said. Vale smiled at Jonathan through split lip and blood. You will miss me. Jonathan looked past him at the cracked bell, the chapel, the window where his sister once lit a candle against a legend she did not understand. No, he said. I will rebuild what you taught them to fear. They marched Vale back through the square. The villagers did not throw stones, they did not cheer. They watched with faces learning a new muscle, the one that holds when no ghost tells it how. At the chapel steps, Isabella waited in cord and shadow. She looked at Jonathan, not pleading, not proud, only measuring the man who had refused every stage offered to him. You chose the slow ending, she said. I chose the one that makes tomorrow possible, he answered. Then give them a tomorrow, Cole said, quiet, perhaps to himself. Ward, hands inked and shaking, opened his journal. He did not write the word ghost. He wrote names. After each, he left space, wide enough for a whole valley to learn how to read itself again. The jail smelled of damp stone and iron. Vale sat chained against the wall, his wrists bound so tight the skin had begun to swell. Yet his eyes still carried the gleam of theater lights, that maddening mixture of triumph and anticipation. Across from him, Isabella sat on a wooden bench, her wrists also tied, though Harlow had ordered the bonds less cruelly. The two did not look at each other, but the silence between them pulsed like a hidden drum. Jonathan entered first, lantern swinging, its glow etching hollows into his face. Ward followed reluctantly, notebook clutched like a shield. Cole came last, leaning on his cane, the only one who carried himself as if this were another lecture hall, another dissection of proof. Jonathan broke the silence. You both should be dead, Vale's smile widened. And yet here we are. That's the lesson you keep refusing to learn. Ghosts never die, they adapt. Jonathan slammed the lantern down on the table, the flame shuddering. You're not ghosts. You're liars. Ah, Vale said, tilting his head. Lies are the only ghosts worth fearing. They live in the mind. They haunt long after bones rot. Isabella finally spoke, her voice calm, detached. What he means, Jonathan, is that this valley no longer needs him. Or me. We gave them a story, and stories don't die with the tellers. Cole adjusted his spectacles. Then let's edit your ending. You'll both testify. Under oath, under record. Your tricks, your devices, your theater. Once written, your story becomes history, not myth. History is slower to resurrect. Vale chuckled, deep and mocking. History resurrects every day, Professor. You dig up old stones, call them artifacts, and people still tremble. Jonathan stepped closer, fists trembling at his sides. Tell me one thing, why my family, why Eleanor, why her voice, her shadow? You could have chosen any name, any mask, why hers? For the first time, Vale's smirk faltered. He glanced at Isabella, then looked away. Isabella's voice dropped, almost a whisper. Because she was loved. And love makes the deepest ghost. Jonathan's jaw tightened, fury and grief twisting inside him. You used her memory like a lantern in the dark. You stole her light. Vale leaned forward as far as the chains would allow. No, Jonathan. We proved her light was strong enough to blind an entire valley. You should thank us. Jonathan lunged, but Harlow, who had been silent at the door, caught his arm. Not here, Harlow muttered. Not like this. Cole cleared his throat, voice sharp. We waste time. The trial begins tomorrow. Both will speak and the valley will hear the truth. That is the only ending worth writing. Ward scribbled quickly, but his hand shook. He could not help imagining what the valley would truly believe once Isabella spoke. Would her calm confession end the myth, or crown her as the lady forever in their eyes? Isabella seemed to read his thoughts. She turned to him, her gaze steady. You're the writer. You decide what they believe. Ward froze. No. I only record. Recorders shape more than performers, she said quietly. Choose your ink carefully. To that night, Jonathan could not sleep. He walked the length of the ruined square, past the cracked bell, past the hollow where the tower had fallen. The fog was lighter, yet every shadow still felt inhabited. He stopped at Eleanor's grave. The stone was simple, weather-worn. He touched it as though it could still answer him. They used your name, he whispered. They wore your kindness as a mask. Tell me how to end them. A soft step behind him, Ward's voice. You can't keep carrying her ghost alone. Jonathan didn't turn. It isn't her ghost that walks here, it's theirs. Ward hesitated. And if the valley decides she truly was the lady? If no amount of truth changes that? Jonathan's hand clenched against the stone. Then I will leave. Better a valley lost to superstition than my sister's memory chained forever. Ward shook his head. No. That's what they want. They want the valley trapped between fear and silence. You can't give them both. Jonathan finally turned, his face lit only by moonlight. Then what do you suggest, Ward? Ward lifted his notebook. We tell the story first, before the trial, before their whispers poison it. We tell them everything, the tricks, the lies, the devices. And we tell them it was us who uncovered it, not ghosts. People will believe the first story they hear, so we make sure it's ours. Jonathan stared at him for a long moment. Then, unexpectedly, he smiled. Perhaps you're braver than I thought. Ward's mouth twitched. Or more foolish. At dawn, the churchyard filled again. Not with torches or chants, but with a restless silence that vibrated like an unstruck bell. Villagers stood shoulder to shoulder, eyes darting between the jail and the altar ruins, waiting for something they could neither name nor expect. Cole addressed them first, raising a sheet of parchment. Ashthorn Valley, he began, has been ruled too long by a voice in the fog. Today you will learn the voice's shape, its flesh, its tools. He gestured. Guards brought Vale forward, chains clanking. Isabella followed, calm and straight-backed, her face unreadable. Gasps rippled. Some villagers spat. Others clutched charms at their throats. Vale grinned at them all. You came back for the theater, admit it. Silence, Harlow barked. Cole set the reed horn on the table, along with diagrams, wires, fragments of velvet and veil. He explained each piece, the acoustics, the amplifiers, the chemicals for smoke. The villagers murmured uneasily. Then Isabella spoke. Her voice was low even, carrying strangely well. I wore the veil. I spoke the words. I painted your fear into the night. But I was no ghost, no lady of Ashthorn, only a woman with needle and thread taught to perform by a man who promised me power. She nodded once toward Vale. The crowd shifted. Some stared in disbelief, others in awe, still others in rage. Martha stepped forward, her voice trembling. Then who took my boy? Who dragged him to the marsh that night? Isabella's eyes flickered. Not me, not Vale. But your fear of us made you see us everywhere. Perhaps your boy drowned. Perhaps he ran. But we became the story you blamed. The crowd roared. Some shouted liar, others shouted witch. Jonathan strode forward, raising his voice above the noise. Listen to me, they are not spirits, they are people. Tricksters. Murderers, yes, but not gods. If you let them remain legends, then you kill my sister's memory twice. Do not worship lies. His words rang out like a bell struck clean. For a heartbeat, the crowd stilled. Then Vale laughed. You think they'll forget me, Hunter? You think parchment and testimony will bury the lady? No. She lives in them now. And even if you kill me, she will rise in whispers and shadows in every frightened child's story. Harlow slammed his fist on the table. Enough! The court will decide your punishment. But in the restless crowd, Jonathan saw doubt still burning, doubt that could yet turn to devotion. And in Isabella's calm face, he saw something else. Not fear, not guilt, something far more dangerous, a plan still alive. And that night, Ward sat in his chamber, writing feverishly by candlelight. He recorded everything, Vale's words, Isabella's confession, Jonathan's cry. But when he came to the end, his hand paused. His eyes lingered on the blank page. The valley would believe the first ending it read. He could give them fear, he could give them truth, or he could give them both. A knock startled him. Jonathan entered, eyes weary but burning. Ward, tomorrow they hang Vale, but Isabella... Ward closed the journal. What about her? Jonathan's voice was low. She is not finished. Ward's candle guttered. Then neither are we. And the trial convened at dawn in the old courthouse, a square stone building that smelled of dust and mildew. Benches groaned under the weight of villagers pressed shoulder to shoulder, their eyes sharp with suspicion, grief, and a hunger for spectacle. Outside, fog curled against the windows like pale fingers tapping at the glass. Vale sat in the dock, chains rattling with every theatrical gesture. Isabella sat apart, her hands folded calmly as though awaiting a church service rather than judgment. Harlow presided grimly at the front, gavel in hand, while Cole leaned against the wall, his notes piled at his side. Jonathan stood close, arms folded, jaw tight. Ward had been given a clerk's table, quill ready, his journal already half filled. The murmur of the crowd swelled until Harlow slammed the gavel. This trial will come to order. The charges are fraud, incitement, and conspiracy against Ashthorne Valley. Vale bowed mockingly. And what of artistry, Constable? No charge for the crime of imagination? A ripple of unease ran through the crowd. Some smirked, others hissed. Harlow barked, "You will answer plainly or you will be silenced." "Silence is a ghost's greatest ally," Vale replied smoothly. Jonathan burst forward. "Enough riddles. Tell them what you did. Tell them how you preyed on their grief, how you mocked my sister's name." Vale's grin widened. "Ah, Eleanor, the true star of the play. Did you not hear them call her last night in their sleep? Did you not see how many clutched their charms when her name crossed my lips? You call me liar, but she is more alive now than she ever was in death." Jonathan's fists clenched, but Cole raised a hand, halting him. "Words, Jonathan. That is his only weapon now. Let them tire of it." Cole turned to the crowd, voice measured. "You saw the horns. You saw the machine. You heard Isabella confess. Vale did not command spirits. He commanded tricks. You fear shadows, but shadows fear flame." He gestured to the fragments displayed on the table. Charred reeds, twisted copper, a cracked veil. "Here lies your Lady of Ashthorne. Not a ghost, but fabric, smoke, and lies." A woman in the crowd cried out, "Then who dragged my child to the marsh?" Who whispered in my ear at night. Before Cole could respond, Isabella's calm voice cut through the tension. You whispered to yourself. The marsh takes who it pleases. Fear gives it a name. We only gave it shape. Gasps rippled through the crowd. Some nodded, unsettled, as though her words explained more than they wished. Others recoiled, muttering, "Witch." Jonathan glared at her. You admit it, then? You admit you wore the veil? I wore many veils, Isabella replied evenly. But none heavier than the one your valley already placed on itself. You wanted a ghost. We obliged. Her words carried with a strange, quiet authority. Ward scribbled furiously, but his quill faltered when he realized the crowd was leaning toward her, drawn not by Vale's flamboyance, but by her serenity. Vale noticed too. His smile thinned. Careful, my lady, he whispered sharply. The stage is mine. But Isabella did not look at him. She kept her gaze on the villagers, steady and unflinching. Harlow slammed the gavel again. Order! You will not toy with the court. At that moment, a sound echoed faintly from outside. A hollow toll, like a bell striking though the tower lay in ruins. The crowd stiffened, some crossing themselves. Jonathan froze. No, the bell was broken. Cole's eyes narrowed. This is another trick. But Ward, heart racing, leaned toward the window. The sound came again, low and distant, carrying across the fog. Isabella's lips curved in the faintest smile. Even broken bells remember their song. The villagers erupted in panic. Some shouted for prayers, others for torches. The gavel struck uselessly against the wood. Jonathan spun on Isabella. What did you do? Her calm never wavered. I did nothing. But belief does not end with fire. The lady was born in you. You cannot hang her. Vale's chains rattled as he laughed. Do you see? Even without the machine, the stage lives. You cannot kill theater, Jonathan. It performs itself. Cole pushed forward, raising his voice above the din. No, listen. That sound is no ghost. It is men exploiting your fear again. Someone is striking metal in the marsh to keep you enslaved. Vale and Isabella's web is wider than we thought. The crowd wavered, torn between reason and terror. Jonathan pointed at Vale. Then he planned this. Even chained, he pulls the strings. Vale spread his arms, chains clanking. Chained, yet still the valley sings my song. You tell me who truly rules here. Isabella turned her gaze toward Jonathan, her eyes glinting. You wanted to kill the ghost. Instead, you gave it immortality. Every child will whisper of the lady now. Every hearth will burn her name. Even if we die here, she lives. And perhaps she deserves to. Jonathan surged forward only to be held back by Harlow. The crowd surged too, half calling for Vale's execution, half crying that Isabella spoke the truth of their fear. Ward's quill trembled. He realized, horrified, that Isabella had been right. He was not only recording the story, he was shaping it. His words would decide whether the lady died as a fraud or lived as a legend. Cole shouted over the uproar. If you let superstition rule, you hand your lives back to tyrants. Choose truth. But Vale's laughter rolled. Isabella's calm presence grew, and outside the ghostly bell tolled again. Jonathan's voice rose above them all, ragged and desperate. Enough! If the lady must die, then she dies tonight, here with you both. The torches flared, shadows leapt, and the trial dissolved into chaos. The hall quaked with noise. Torches burned along the wall, shadows thrashing like demons against stone. Men shoved, women cried out, children clutched their mothers' skirts. The gavel cracked again and again beneath Harlow's hand, but the villagers no longer heeded. Jonathan pushed forward to the dock, his voice like a whip. This ends tonight. Both of you will answer." Vale leaned back, chains rattling like laughter. "Answer? My dear Jonathan, we have answered all along. Every cry in the marsh, every whisper in the rafters, that was our answer. You simply lacked the ear to hear it." Jonathan seized the table and overturned it, the fragments of veil and wires clattering to the floor. "No more games!" The crowd gasped. Some cheered, others hissed. Isabella rose slowly. Even in chains, her poise unnerved the hall. She turned her face to the people, not to the judge, not to Jonathan. "You want an ending?" she said softly, yet her voice carried. "Then choose it. Will the Lady of Ashthorn be a fraud? Or will she be eternal? We cannot decide this for you. You must decide what story you will pass to your children." Her words sank into them like seeds. Ward, scribbling furiously, realized with dread that she was not pleading innocence. She was offering them authorship, binding them to the myth. Cole barked, "Enough! She seeks to make you accomplices to her lie. Do you not see? She is weaving you into her theater even now." But Vale smirked. "And yet you listen, Professor. Even you cannot look away." From outside, the bell tolled again, louder, closer. This time the sound rolled through the floor, vibrating the benches, rattling the windows. Panic broke. People screamed. Some ran for the doors, others dropped to their knees. Jonathan shouted above the din. "There is no bell! It was destroyed!" Cole grabbed Ward's arm. "Someone rebuilt it. Or something like it. We must find the source, or this valley will never be free." Isabella's eyes gleamed in the torchlight. Or perhaps the lady does not need machines anymore. Perhaps she has chosen her own voice. Jonathan lunged at her, fury unleashed. "Stop speaking her name. You've poisoned it enough." Harlow and 2 guards restrained him, but the crowd surged forward, divided between those trying to tear Vale apart and those falling to their knees before Isabella. Ward forced his way to the dais, quill snapping in his hand. He shouted, though his voice cracked. "Listen to me, they are both liars. You saw the devices, the tricks. This is not the lady, it is theater. Do not give them the story they want." A man shouted back, "And what story do you give us, writer, that our grief is meaningless?" "That the voices we heard were only smoke?" Ward faltered. His heart pounded. He realized the valley did not want only truth, they wanted meaning. Vale sensed it too. He laughed, chains shaking. "Hear them, Jonathan, they beg not for freedom, but for chains they can name. They want their lady." Jonathan tore free of Harlow and leapt into the dock. He seized Vale by the collar and slammed him against the rail. "Then she dies with you." The hall erupted. Torches were knocked from sconces, flames licking the timbers. The air thickened with smoke. The phantom bell tolled again, deafening now as though struck from the very marrow of the earth. Isabella stood amid the chaos, her face illuminated by firelight. She raised her bound hands high and cried, "Behold your lady, flesh and ash, yet eternal." The villagers roared. Some fell to their knees in worship, others surged forward in rage. Cole's voice cracked like thunder. "Ward, now, write it. Write the ending before they do." Ward clutched his broken quill, ink spilling across the page. His hand trembled as he scrawled, "There was no lady. There were only liars and those who chose to believe them." He slammed the book shut. "The truth is written." Jonathan, sweat and blood on his brow, shouted to the hall. "You hear that? She dies tonight by truth, not by fire." He wrenched Vale forward, dragging him into the center. The villagers parted, some weeping, others snarling. Harlow raised his pistol, voice iron. "By law, by reason, this ends now." The phantom bell tolled again, then shattered in a shriek of tearing metal, a sound like the earth itself splitting. The crowd froze. The noise died into silence so heavy it pressed on their lungs. In the quiet, Isabella whispered, Every ghost dies with silence, and every silence births a ghost. Then she collapsed to her knees, chains clattering, eyes closed as if in prayer. Vale snarled at her. "Traitor, you stole my stage." Jonathan's voice rang out steady and raw. "No, Vale, you stole hers, and tonight you lose it." Harlow fired. The bullet struck stone inches from Vale's head. The crowd screamed. But it was not fear. It was release. As the smoke thickened, as Isabella lowered her head, as Vale raged against his chains, the people began to chant, not the lady's name, but Jonathan's. "Hunter! Hunter! Hunter!" For the first time, the ghost's grip cracked. Ward wrote the final line. The lady was forgotten, and so she truly died. The courthouse stank of smoke and fear. Ash clung to the rafters, torches sputtered in their sconces, and the crowd poured into the night like a flood broken free. The phantom bell no longer tolled. Only silence reigned now, heavy and suffocating. Jonathan stood at the center of the wreckage, chest heaving, sweat and soot streaking his face. Vale still knelt in chains before him, lips twisted into a sneer even as the flames dimmed. Isabella, bound at the wrists, sat quietly on the floor, her eyes closed, her expression unreadable. Cole crossed the ruined hall, clutching the fragments of the horn and veil that had survived the chaos. His face was grave, his voice steady. "It's done. The lady is broken." Jonathan shook his head. "No, not broken, just forgotten." Ward staggered to his table, ink-stained journal clutched in his trembling hands. His writing was jagged, desperate, but the last line stood stark. The lady was forgotten, and so she truly died. He whispered the words like a prayer. Harlow holstered his pistol, though his hand lingered there as though reluctant to let go. He surveyed the scene. Smoke, overturned benches, fearful eyes still lurking in the corners. "We must finish this properly. Vale must face judgment. Isabella too." Jonathan glared at Vale. "Judgment? He deserves no trial. He deserves the marsh. Let him drown in the very fog he used to enslave us." Vale's laugh rang hollow. "Enslave? I gave them what they begged for. They wanted their lady. They wanted their dead to whisper back. I only gave them a mask to worship." Jonathan lunged, grabbing Vale by the collar, dragging him to his feet. "You fed on grief. You used my sister's name." Vale cut him off, voice low and venomous. "Eleanor belonged to the marsh long before me. I only listened harder than you did." Jonathan's fist struck him across the jaw. The crowd gasped, though none moved to intervene. Cole stepped forward, voice sharp. "Enough. Violence is what fed the myth. If you kill him here, you crown him martyr, and martyrs live longer than ghosts." Jonathan froze, fist trembling in the air. Slowly he let Vale fall back to his knees, blood streaking his lips but his smile unbroken. Harlow spoke coldly. "We'll hold him in the chapel until transport comes. He will hang by daylight." Vale spat. "And when the rope snaps? When the lady herself cuts it free?" The villagers muttered, unease rippling through them again. Jonathan turned to them, voice raw. "No. There is no lady, only these liars. You saw their tricks burn. You heard the lies unravel. The lady is nothing. Say it." A woman's voice answered softly from the back. "If she is nothing, why do we still hear her?" The hall fell silent. All eyes turned. Isabella had spoken. Her head was bowed, but her words slid into the silence like a blade. Jonathan's rage flared. "Shut your mouth." But she lifted her face then, calm and almost tender. "You think you killed her, but every time you speak her name, you give her breath again. Ghosts do not need bodies, they need memory, and memory is stronger than fire." Cole snapped. "You twisted them long enough, no more riddles." Isabella met his gaze, her eyes dark, unblinking. And yet even you, the rational scholar, have written her name 100 times in your notes. You made her real with ink. We only carried her voice. You will carry her farther. Ward froze, her words striking him deeper than any blow. He looked down at his journal, the ink still wet. His hand shook. Had he kept her alive by writing her death? Jonathan stormed toward Isabella, fury spilling from every step. You'll rot with him, both of you. And when you die, the lady dies too. She tilted her head. Will she? Before Jonathan could strike, Harlow's hand shot out, iron on his shoulder. Enough. We do this by law or not at all. If you defy law, Jonathan, you're no better than him. Jonathan wrenched free, but he did not strike. He turned instead to the villagers, his voice breaking. Do you want to be slaves forever? Do you want to keep fearing the shadows? Or will you stand with me and bury her name once and for all? Silence answered him. Then slowly. A man raised his torch and nodded. Another followed, and another. Soon half the hall lifted their torches high, their faces fierce, defiant. Jonathan's breath shook. Then we burn her memory. Tonight! He strode to Ward and ripped the journal from his hands. Ward cried out, No, that is the record! Jonathan threw it into the fire. Pages curled, ink blackened, and the lady's story turned to ash. Isabella's calm faltered. For the first time, her lips trembled. You cannot erase her. She lives in their hearts, Jonathan's voice thundered. Then let their hearts choose silence. The flames roared, devouring the last written word of the Lady of Ashthorn. The crowd watched, silent, as the ghost's name turned to smoke and drifted upward. Vale snarled, chains rattling, but his words were drowned by fire. Isabella lowered her head, her calm cracking at the edges. Cole stepped forward, voice solemn. The lady is gone. What remains is justice. The hall trembled with the weight of silence. Outside, the fog seemed to thin as though the marsh itself exhaled. But Ward, standing amid the ashes of his work, felt no relief, only dread. Because though the pages burned, the story still lived in memory and whispers in every heart that refused to forget. And as the last cinders fell, Isabella whispered one final time, Ghosts are never killed, only postponed. And the night air was sharp as glass. Smoke bled out of the courthouse into the fog, mingling with the scent of charred wood and ink. The villagers gathered in the square, torches burning in their hands like stars pulled down to earth. Their faces were weary, drawn, yet taut with the desire for closure. Vale stood bound to the post, chains heavy on his wrists and ankles. His lip was split, his jaw dark with bruises, but his grin lingered, stretched wide and feral. He looked not like a man condemned, but a priest ready for ritual. Jonathan faced him, eyes cold, jaw set like stone. At dawn you hang. Tonight you will not speak again. Vale tilted his head, voice silken despite the blood. Oh, Jonathan, I will speak for centuries. Even as you bury me, my voice will echo in their dreams. Look at them. He gestured with his chin toward the villagers, who pressed close, eyes flickering between fear and fury. They want the lady. They want her as much as they ever did. You cannot burn longing, Jonathan spat. Then let them long for silence. Cole stepped between them, his calm brittle but unbroken. Justice is law. We must show them that law can end fear. Vale's death will not crown him a martyr. It will crown him a warning. From the shadows, Isabella's voice drifted like smoke. Warnings fade. Legends endure. All heads turned. She sat where the guards had left her, wrists bound but her back straight, her face serene. A torch's flame caught her eyes, and for an instant they seemed to gleam with an unnatural light. A murmur ran through the crowd. Some whispered prayers. Others crossed themselves. Jonathan stormed toward her. You will join him. Isabella smiled faintly. Perhaps. Or perhaps I already have. Her words chilled them. Some swore they saw the fog stir at her lips like breath not her own. Ward stepped forward, desperate, his hands still stained with ink. Stop listening, don't you see? She wants you to keep the lady alive. Every word, every glance at her, she feeds on it. Forget her, forget them both. But Isabella's gaze fixed on Ward, and her voice dropped to a whisper that still carried. And you, writer, you cannot forget. You are cursed to remember. You carry the ghost inside you now. Ward's throat tightened. He dropped his eyes, shaking his head. No, no, I burned it. Vale's laughter cut him. He burned paper. But the story lives in his mind. And stories are hungrier than flames. The crowd stirred again, fear and doubt twisting like snakes. Jonathan raised his hands, shouting over them. Enough! They are liars, both of them. We end this at dawn. Tonight silence reigns. The villagers echoed him, hesitantly at first, then louder. Silence reigns. Silence reigns. Torches lifted higher. Vale snarled, but Isabella only lowered her eyes as though listening to something only she could hear. Cole gestured sharply to the guards. Take him. Lock him in the chapel until morning. 2 men hauled Vale away, his laughter trailing behind like a taunt. At dawn, the rope will snap, you'll see. She'll come for me, she always comes. The heavy door of the chapel slammed shut behind him. Jonathan turned back to Isabella. And you? What do we do with you? Her calm was unbroken. You already know. You cannot kill me. I will walk where your torches cannot reach. I will whisper where your laws cannot bind. Jonathan drew his knife, fury trembling in his grip. Then I'll cut out your tongue. Cole seized his arm. Jonathan, stop. If you kill her now, you prove her right. She becomes legend. The lady reborn in martyrdom. Harlow approached, face ashen with fatigue. She will be held with Vale. At dawn both hang. And if rope or flame cannot end them, then perhaps silence will. The villagers dispersed reluctantly, torches flickering out one by one. The square fell to gloom save for the faint glow of fog rolling across the stones. Ward lingered behind, staring at the chapel's door, then at Isabella, who still sat unbroken. Her lips moved, though no sound came, and he felt the hairs rise on his neck. He whispered to Cole, "Do you hear her?" Cole frowned. "Hear what?" Ward swallowed. "A bell. It's faint, but it's there. She's humming it." Cole shook his head. "It's in your mind. That's how they survive. In minds too weak to deny them." But Ward wasn't sure. He clutched his empty journal to his chest, though it held no words now, only ash-stained pages. That night, the villagers slept uneasily, dreams filled with whispers and bells. Jonathan lay awake, staring at the rafters, clutching his knife. Cole wrote by candlelight, desperate to record reason before superstition swallowed it again. Harlow kept watch, pistol close, his eyes hollow. And Ward, trembling, wrote invisible lines in the margins of his mind. Near dawn, the bell tolled once more, not in dream, not in imagination, but in the marsh itself, low and terrible, rolling across the valley. The chapel door groaned. The villagers woke to screams. Jonathan burst into the square, knife in hand, only to see the chapel door flung wide, chains clattering across the stones. Vale was gone, and Isabella's cell lay empty too. Fog poured across the square, swallowing torches, swallowing screams until only one voice remained. Soft, unbroken, carried on the wind. Forgotten things always return. The fog was already crawling over the square when the chapel door swung on its hinges and the scream went up. Vale and Isabella had vanished. Harlow's boots hammered the stones first, Jonathan 2 paces behind, Ward and Cole fanning out into the cold like breath. Inside, the cell told a story without words, the sweet chemical tang of laudanum, A guard slumped and groaning. The candle on the wall burned down against a hinge and pooled into a wax bead that had dripped just so onto the latch. Cole touched the bead with a gloved finger. "Wax timer," he murmured. "Softens, slides, frees a spring." He set his escape by the candle's patience. Jonathan crouched, eyes scanning the floor. Wire scrape on the sill. Someone fed a length through the vent and lifted the bar. Harlow swore. "Every time we think we've caged him, he's cut a door where none should be." Cole tilted his head to the open window slit. A faint tremor traveled the air, the hint of metal mourning. "Hear it? The bell. Not a tower. A plate. Out by the marsh." "It tolled at dawn," Ward whispered, skin crawling. "It tolled during the trial." "Because someone struck it," Cole said. "A machine or a frightened pair of hands." Jonathan was already moving. "Sunken altar. That's where she called me." They took the narrow path, fog licking their knees, the reeds hiding and revealing in the same breath. Twice a shadow slid parallel to them, Harlow's men ranging wide. Once something splashed and went quiet. Ward clutched his ruined journal like a talisman anyway, as if ash could bless. The sunken altar crouched in its hollow, ringed by black water. The white arch Isabella had built still crowned it, ribbon gone, feathers scattered like spent promises. From the far bank a sound rolled low and cold, metal struck, then resonating through the mist. "There," Cole said softly, pointing to the old ferry posts. "Follow the sound." They crossed on narrow planks, mud sucking at boots, fog wrapping their calves. At the ferry's edge, the marsh opened like a mouth. Beyond the rotted posts, an iron cistern hung on a rope between two piled timbers. A fat, rusted drum bellied over black water. A wire ran from the drum into reeds where a bent figure hauled and released, each pull making the cistern boom like a buried bell. "Stop!" Harlow thundered. "Hands where I can see them!" The figure flinched. A boy turned, a thin, mud-smeared scrap with eyes too big for his face. Ward recognized the mother's voice from the trial in the gasp behind him. She'd followed, frantic, to the marsh edge. "Thomas!" "He told me to," the boy cried, backing away from the wire. "The man with the bad smile said if I rung the bell, the lady would keep Mama safe." Cole moved with a calm that seemed to part fog. He put himself between Harlow's rifle and the boy, palms open. "No one will hurt you. Drop the wire." The boy's fingers uncurled. The bell echo faded to a nervous hum and then to nothing. The sudden quiet felt like a held breath finally released. Jonathan's voice was a blade. "Where did he go?" The boy pointed toward a ridge of reeds shaped like a crouched animal. "Over there with the lady in white. He said I should keep ringing till the stars hid." Harlow signaled 2 constables to take the boy to his mother. Cole stepped to the cistern, rapped it once with a knuckle, and the iron moaned softly. "A brewer's tank," he said. "Hung as a bell, wire to a striker. No ghost, just a drum and a child's fear." Jonathan was already a shadow moving along the reed ridge. The path opened to a crescent of mud where the marsh narrowed to a throat. Vale stood there, coat soaked, hair wild, knife winking in his hand. Isabella was beside him, barefoot and pale as the fog. She did not try to run. She watched Jonathan approach like a bride waiting at the end of an aisle built of water. Vale's grin showed teeth. "Ah, hunter, right on your cue." "Drop the knife," Jonathan said. Vale lifted it. "Do you know what they'll call this place when I'm done?" "The Altar of Forgetting. How neat for your title." His eyes danced. "I'll carve it into the marsh, the haunting of the forgotten." Isabella's gaze flicked just once to the iron drum behind them. "Enough, Felix." "Now she uses my name," Vale purred. "Only when she wants me to die." Cole's voice came steady over Jonathan's shoulder. "We already ended your stage. You're performing to the reeds. Then I'll give them an ending, Vale hissed and lunged. Jonathan met him in the mud. The knife flashed, caught Jonathan's sleeve, cut skin shallow. Jonathan drove forward, shoulder to Vale's ribs, the two men stumbling, sliding, breath tearing out in white. Vale's blade kissed the air again, fast, almost joyous in its hunger, until something white moved between them. Isabella. She stepped in as the knife arced, took Vale's wrist in both hands, and twisted. Metal fell. For an instant, everything froze, the three of them bound in a shape like a tragic emblem. Traitor! Vale spat, shocked more than hurt. Enough theater, Isabella said. Look at what we've done to children. Vale's laugh broke, became a snarl. He wrenched free, dove not for the knife but for the wire buried in reeds. His fist yanked. The cistern boomed again, the sound climbing like a summons. Fog churned. On the far bank, figures gathered, answering their old bell without knowing why. He'll call a crowd, Harlow warned, lifting his rifle. Don't shoot, Cole said. He wants a martyr. Jonathan launched again, but his foot plunged into a hidden sink. Mud swallowed to the knee. Vale swung out with the taut wire, catching Jonathan at the temple and sending him staggering. The drum's note rolled and rolled, each strike a memory. Ward found his breath. Cut the wire, he shouted. Cole was already at the stakes, sawing with a pocket blade. Harlow fired not at Vale but at the rope above the cistern. Fibers snapped, the iron belly dropped and sank. Sound snuffed like a wick in water. The sudden silence stunned. Reeds kept their secrets again. With the bell dead, Vale faltered. The grin went crooked, grew wild. Fine, he panted. No drum, then blood! He grabbed the fallen knife and drove straight at Jonathan's heart. Isabella moved faster. She caught Vale's wrist once more and this time drove his hand down, into the marsh. The blade vanished in black water. Vale's momentum pitched him forward past Jonathan's shoulder. Mud took his legs to the shin and then to the thigh. He clawed backward, furious. But the marsh was patient and it had known him a long time. Help me! He screamed to the villagers clustered at the far bank. Some flinched. No one moved. Cole's voice carried across the narrow throat, not cruel, not kind. The marsh takes what the marsh is owed. Vale's eyes went huge, white-ringed. You need me, he shouted at Jonathan. Without me, your story ends in nothing. Jonathan stood, muddy and bleeding, chest heaving, looking down at the man who had written his ruin. Good, he said. Vale sank another inch. The mud made a greedy sound. Isabella, he gasped, reaching a hand toward her. My lady. She looked at him, long, flat, as one looks at a mirror that has lied. I was only ever myself, she said quietly, and I hate what that became beside you. The marsh did the rest. It was not dramatic, it was not quick. It was only inevitable. When the water stilled, there were no bubbles, only a smear of disturbed lilies drifting back into place. Harlow lowered his rifle. The villagers on the bank did not cheer. The fog lifted an inch and then settled again, as if exhaling. Isabella swayed. Jonathan caught her elbow without thinking. She glanced at the touch with a wary gratitude and then pulled away, wrapping her arms around herself. It wasn't only him, she said, voice raw. I freed him. I set the wax and wire, I left the veil, I taught the boy the rhythm of the bell. She closed her eyes. I wanted the lady to live because I could not stand the world where she didn't. Because in that world I was no one. Cole stepped beside her, not close enough to threaten, close enough to be heard. And now? She opened her eyes to the cistern sinking, to the villagers beginning to lower their shoulders, to the boy pressed against his mother's waist with a fistful of wire he would never touch again. Now I see we were eating them to feed ourselves. Jonathan's jaw worked. Confess in full, before all of them, Name every device, every accomplice, every payment. End it, not with fire, with names. She nodded, shaky but certain. I will. They crossed back with her between them, not as prisoner, not as queen. Just a woman with dirty feet and a voice that had pulled a valley by its throat. The villagers parted. The boy's mother clutched him so hard he wheezed, then kissed his head and sobbed into his hair a prayer made of breath and relief. Harlow posted men at the chapel and the jail and the magistrate's office like stitches in a torn cloth. Cole hauled the iron drum to the square with a team and a rope, and when the village gathered, he rapped it once so they heard what they'd bowed to. Then he showed them the wire and the stakes and the grooves in the posts where the rope had burned. He put the bent striker into Hollins's hands and made him strike it so even the innkeeper flinched at his own fear. Naming ends nightmares, Cole said, voice carrying without shouting. Not all at once, but enough. Isabella stood on the chapel step and spoke without drama. She told them how the gowns were stitched, how camphor masked the stink, how reeds and horns made a woman's cry out of wind, how the vents took the lullaby to bedrooms that wanted it. She listed coin by coin, hour by hour. She did not spare herself. At last she turned to the woman who had cried in the trial. Thomas rang the drum because Vale promised a saint's protection. He is alive because the marsh is kinder than we were. The woman pulled the boy forward and simply nodded. That was all. It was more than enough. Ward stood with a new ledger open on a barrel, hands steady at last. He wrote what she said in a hand as clean as he could make it. Names, places, devices, prices, the dull, honest nouns that leave little room for ghosts. When he finished, he did not write a flourish. He signed 3 copies and handed one to Harlow, one to Cole, one to Jonathan. Keep it, Ward said. So when fog lies, paper tells the truth. Jonathan looked at the pages as if they might bite, then tucked them inside his coat. He turned to the villagers. This is the last time we speak her name. A murmur rose, fearful, hopeful, both. Isabella stepped down from the chapel step and faced him squarely. And me? You testify before a real court, Harlow answered, practical as stone. After that, you leave Ashthorne. No more stages, no more veils. She nodded. Exile, then. Jonathan searched her face. You saved a child today. I was trying to save myself, she said, not asking for mercy, and found I could not without saving him. Cole's pipe stayed unlit in his fingers. That is how curses end, one unselfish act at a time. That night they did a final thing. Not a burning, no more theater of flame. They hauled the cracked bell from the yard and laid it flat at the square's center. Ward and 2 stonemasons chiseled into its split lip a sentence that was neither prayer nor oath. We remember names, not ghosts. They set the iron drum beside it with the wire coiled neatly, a harmless serpent at last. Children touched the cold metal and laughed the odd high laugh children make when fear becomes a story they know how to tell. Jonathan stood with Cole and Ward at the edge of the square, the fog hanging back as if even mist could be taught manners. It will come again, Jonathan said quietly. Not her. Something like her. Another clever man, another hungry woman, another valley. Cole nodded. Stories repeat because people do, so we write better ones. Ward closed his ledger, ink drying even as the air dampened. This time we start with the ending. Harlow joined them, exhaustion making him look honest in a way rank often refuses to. The court will come in 3 days, he said. I expect they'll ask me if we believe in ghosts. What will you say? Ward asked. I'll say we used to, Harlow replied. Then we learned our neighbors' names. On the far edge of the square, Isabella stood alone a moment longer. She looked at the bell. then at the marsh, then at the boy who had rung the wire. She raised a hand, not in benediction, not in farewell, but as if adjusting a veil she no longer wore. Then she walked into the road that led out of Ashthorne, 2 constables flanking her, steps light, head high. Jonathan watched her go. "Do you hear it?" he asked. "The bell?" Ward said reflexively, then shook his head. "No," Jonathan said. "Silence. For the first time, it's honest." The fog thinned. Lanterns burned without halos. Somewhere a door shut and did not echo like a coffin. The valley, which had been breathless for so long, inhaled and exhaled like a creature that had decided to live. Later, by the chapel's cracked window, Jonathan touched the stone that marked Eleanor's name. "They tried to make you a ghost," he said softly. "We made you a sister again." He stepped back into a square where iron lay quiet and paper whispered truth. Ward tucked the ledger under his arm. Cole finally lit his pipe and did not apologize for the ordinary comfort. "The haunting," Cole said, as if testing the taste of the word one last time. "Forgotten," Ward finished. "Not forgotten," Jonathan corrected gently. "Finished. And remembered properly." They walked home in the kind of night that has no tricks left in it, only stars and a road that knew its way underfoot. Behind them, Ashthorne held to its new sentence engraved in iron. When fog came again, as fog always will, it found fewer doors unlatched and fewer hearts waiting to be ruled. And the lady who had never been did not mind. She had never needed to. And the haunting is over, but the shadows never truly die. Another crime, another secret, another pulse in the dark awaits you. Thank you for watching Dark Pulse. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share so you're here when the next chilling mystery drops.